To the Only Boy I've Loved Before, Edenvale Arts Academy Series, Book 2, written by Liwen Ho, narrated by Marchaan Francoeur. Audiobook copyright 2022 by Liwen Ho. Chapter 1, Ava. There are two things I was sure of in my 15 years of life. One, that I was never going to get my first kiss. And two, Liam Mitchell was the sweetest, most annoying boy I'd ever met. My bestie's older brother was doing his darndest to keep me awake during the Star Wars movie we were currently in the middle of. That meant I'd already suffered through an hour of chasing, lightsabering, and whatever else people in galaxies far, far away did for fun, and my eyes couldn't stay open 1 second more, especially after the 3 slices of pizza I'd had for dinner. My body felt like Jell-O that'd been poured onto the worn couch in the Mitchells' living room. Warm Jell-O that was snuggled up in my favorite pair of pink leggings and an oversized black hoodie that could double as a dress. I yawned, ready to dive back into dreamland, when I felt another tug on the end of my wavy brown hair. "Let me sleep," I groaned, and swatted Liam's hand away like he was an annoying bug, a large bug with a skull so thick nothing got through to it. I know, bugs don't have skulls, but that was the best description I could come up with in my sleepy state. "Why can't you leave me alone?" "Come on, Aves. If you fall asleep, I'll be the only third wheel left." Liam nudged me with his elbow and nodded toward the love seat on the other side of the room. The couple sitting there looked picture perfect, with their heads, his a sandy blonde, and hers a warm red, tilted toward each other, and their fingers intertwined. "You can't let me suffer alone. I know you care about me too much to do that." I rolled my eyes. The playful, cocky tone of his voice matched the grin on his face, a face that, at 17, was more angular and defined than those of the guys in my sophomore class. His body was also filling out nicely, his broad shoulders stretching out the fabric of his gray t-shirt. With his combination of cinnamon brown hair and crystal blue eyes, he could be considered hot by some girls. Okay, by all girls. But he was still annoying. Annoyingly hot. I shook my head, frustrated at myself for even thinking about Liam that way, but more frustrated about the whole situation. He and I were basically acting as official/unofficial chaperones for Hannah and Seth. Hannah was my bestie, and Liam's sister, and Seth her new boyfriend. I loved Han with all my heart, and thought Seth was a great guy for her, but there was only so much googly-eyed staring and kissing I could take. I couldn't wait for their honeymoon period to end. At least I wasn't suffering alone, although it was debatable who was suffering more, me or Liam. He didn't have someone invading his personal space and doing stupid things to annoy him. "William Mitchell, stop complaining. You're a big boy. I'm sure you can handle a little PDA." "A little PD? Did you just call me William?" With a scoff, he leaned close and stared down his straight nose at me. Humor lit up his baby blues. "What are you, my grandmother? No one under 60 calls me that. Next thing I know, you're going to give me a good talking to." I happen to be uber mature for my age, thank you very much. I've seen things. I wiggled my eyebrows for dramatic effect. Even though I was a vocal major at Edenvale, the performing arts academy we all attended, I had a secret love of acting. Pretending was a skill I'd learned over the years to survive. "Like what?" One side of his mouth curved up, like it always did whenever he was amused. I'd been on the receiving end of that smirk more times than I preferred. Liam definitely treated me like another younger sister he could boss around. "What are these things you've seen, O wise one?" "Nothing that your pretty little ears could handle." "You think my ears are pretty?" There was that smirk again, followed by a slow wink. My mouth grew dry, and my cheeks burned, both responses totally out of my control. Boy, did I need a good comeback, one that would put Liam in his place. But before I could answer, my phone rang. I snatched it out of my pocket and gasped when I saw the caller ID. No, 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 no. "What is it?" Liam's tone was all business now. What's wrong, Ava? Everything. I wanted to scream. How was it already 8 o'clock? I was supposed to be back half an hour ago. I must have fallen asleep longer than I realized. I quickly swiped the screen to answer the call. Mr. Johnson, hi. I'm on my way back now. The deep voice of my foster dad huffed in disapproval. You better be. The twins are waiting for their baths. I expect to see you home in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? But, click. Silence came over the line, but I still heard the pounding of my heart in my ears. My current situation, with its extra responsibilities, sometimes sucked. But it was all I had. There was no time to complain. I grabbed my canvas tote off the floor and scrambled to my feet, flashing an apologetic smile at everyone. I called out as I rushed to the door, Sorry, I gotta go. I'll see you guys at school on Monday. Ava, are you leaving already? Mrs. Mitchell popped her head out of the adjacent room to the right. Seeing her was like getting a glimpse of what Hannah would look like in 30 years, except that her hair was blonde and cut short in a bob, and her blue eyes were framed by tortoiseshell glasses. I was getting ready to bring out dessert. I couldn't decide between apple or pumpkin, so I made both. Would you like a slice? Normally, I'd be all over any kind of sugary treat, but I couldn't afford to be even later than I already was. I still had to catch the bus to the other side of San Jose, a ride that normally took 30 minutes. I wish I could, but I really need to get back. Thanks, Mrs. M. Mrs. Mitchell nodded. Is someone picking you up? I'm going to take the bus. The bus? But it's already dark outside. She stepped out of the kitchen and took off the apron tied around her waist. I'll take you home. I'll be fine. I ride the bus all the time. I appreciate the offer, though. I was already in the dim hallway of their apartment building and about to pull the door closed behind me when a tall figure stepped through. Liam, are you going somewhere? I'm driving you home. Liam said the words with a glint in his eyes, as if he was daring me to protest. Come on. It'll be faster and safer this way. He shook his head with such finality, I found myself shutting up. There was no use arguing with Liam, especially not when I knew he was right. Fine, thank you. We ran down 2 flights of stairs until we reached the parking garage. Liam's gray sedan was at the end of the next aisle over, in between a motorcycle and a minivan. I followed him, both of us weaving in and around the parked vehicles, as fast as we could. Liam seemed to understand that I needed to get back ASAP. Still, he was such a gentleman and opened the passenger side door for me like we were on a date, which we totally weren't. The guy had a girlfriend, for crying out loud. A pretty redhead who probably loved Star Wars and most definitely enjoyed kissing. I only knew about the lip locking because Hannah used to complain about being Liam and Savannah's third wheel. Nowadays, she was too busy kissing Seth to care about whom her brother kissed. I shouldn't care either. But as soon as Liam took his place in the driver's seat, that's all I could think about. How lucky Savannah was to get to kiss him. And the fact that Liam smelled amazing, like the best spices of fall mixed together with a fresh, manly scent. I tried to breathe normally, but it was hard to do when we were confined in such a small space. My only hope of making it out alive was to remind myself that Liam Mitchell was a friend, a sweet friend, a hot but annoying friend, and I'd totally love for him to be my first kiss kind of friend. Gah! The crazy thought flashed through my mind, making me cringe and sigh in the same breath. I had a feeling this was going to be an epically long ride back. Chapter 2. Liam. Ava must have been exhausted, because she shut her eyes as soon as I started up the engine. I turned the radio down and headed for the freeway to take the shortest route to her house. It wasn't the first time I'd driven Ava home, but it was the first time we were in the car alone without Hannah. Ava and Hannah used to be inseparable, but of course that was before Seth came into the picture. Now, Ava was basically their glorified babysitter. I didn't know how she felt about her demotion, but I, for one, wasn't happy about it. Ava had been there for my sister during some tough times this past year. She hadn't cared that our dad went to jail for insider trading, unlike Hannah's old boyfriend, who dumped her over the whole thing. If I were Ava, I'd feel as useless as last year's iPhone, tossed aside as soon as a new version came out. That's why I'd stuck around at home today, so she wouldn't be the only third wheel for Hannah and Seth. It wasn't the ideal way to spend a Saturday night, but it hadn't been so bad. Ava was fun to be around, especially when she got riled up. I enjoyed teasing her more than I should, but only because she was my little sister's best friend. It was my job to torment her. I snuck a look at Ava when we stopped at a light. Her hair fell around her shoulders like waves of dark chocolate. The glow of the street lamp shone on her face, highlighting long lashes that skimmed the tops of her cheeks. My gaze traveled down her profile, along her button nose that slightly turned up at the end, to her full lips. I liked how beautiful she was without any makeup on. Some girls look like a walking ad for Sephora, even at school. I appreciated their effort, but a lot of times, all natural worked better. Which was ironic since I was dating a girl completely into her looks. In my defense, my ego had taken a beating when I'd been forced to change schools and leave my old life behind earlier this year. Having someone as pretty and popular as Savannah be interested in me got to my head. She'd been cool in the beginning, but somewhere in between her dreams of becoming a model/actress and her growing fascination with her appearance, she became less pretty on the inside. I'd be the first to admit that it was wrong to have started a relationship with her. I knew I needed to break things off, but her mom had gotten diagnosed with cancer a few months ago, and I just didn't have the heart to do it. Beep. A car horn blared behind me, urging me to step on the gas. I zoomed through the intersection just as the lights turned yellow. Ava shifted in her seat and opened her eyes. What happened? Nothing. Go back to sleep. Now you want me to sleep? I don't understand you at all. Hannah's not here, I said, using Hannah and Seth's ship name, so neither one of us has to be a third wheel anymore. Oh, right. She stretched her arms above her head and yawned. Except in our case, you're the second third wheel. As Hannah's bestie, I'm obviously the first and more important third wheel. Don't forget that, William. I laughed, feeling the tension in my shoulders fade away. I couldn't remember the last time I'd let loose. As the current man of the house, I had to keep it together for my mom's and sister's sakes. Maybe I took the responsibility to an extreme, but I'd promised my dad that I'd do my all to be the protector of the family while he was away. Between schoolwork, thinking about post-graduation plans, and a part-time job, I'd been wound up pretty tight. It felt good to laugh again. It figured Ava would be the one to crack me. There was something about her, call it spunk or sass, that amused me. I liked that she wasn't put off by my bristly attitude. She had the guts to speak her mind. Sometimes I couldn't tell if she was kidding or not, like now. After I pulled up to the front of her single-story house and turned off the engine, I turned to face her. She was staring at me, her brows drawn together in confusion. What? I shrugged. Nothing much. I find you funny. She balked. I've known you for half a year, and you just realized my brilliance? I don't know if I should be pleased or offended. Her face was partially hidden in the near darkness of the car, but I heard a smile in her voice that put a smile on my face, too. Honestly, Ava's voice was like magic. Warm syrup on a stack of your favorite pancakes kind of magic. The first time I'd heard it, I had a hard time believing it came from her. The best way I could describe it was throaty and angelic at the same time. A cross between Adele and Ariana, and totally sexy. My body warmed at the thought, which only confirmed how completely inappropriate I was being. This was my little sister's best friend we were talking about. I'll go with pleased, Ava piped up, interrupting the silence. Life is too short to hold grudges. Wow. What? You really are wise beyond your years. That sounds like something my Grams would say. And now I'm offended. I'm 15, not 50, Liam. For your information, Grams is 68. You should take it as a compliment that I'd compared your wisdom to hers. She scoffed. All right, if you say so. The smile was still in her voice, but there was also a weariness I wasn't used to hearing. I need to get inside. Thanks for the ride, Liam. It was really sweet of you. Yeah, no problem. I paused, wondering if I was worrying too much. It didn't feel right, though, to let Ava leave like this. You okay? Yeah, I'm just tired. Being a third wheel is a big job. A lot of responsibility on my shoulders, you know? Good thing I have all day tomorrow to recover. She opened the door before I could say more. Let me walk you to the door. Don't be silly, I've got this. She closed the door, then leaned in through the open window. I'm a big girl, remember? 68 years young. I'll see you Monday. Giving a final wave, she jogged up the driveway and reached the door just as it opened. A tall, bearded man led her inside, then looked over at my car for a moment before closing the door. I was about to drive off when I spotted Ava's bag sitting on the floor of the passenger seat. I grabbed it and ran up to her house. The light on the porch was out, but I could see a no solicitation sign on the wall. I knocked on the door and rocked on my heels as I waited. Who's there? A gruff voice called out from the other side. What do you want? It's Liam Mitchell, sir. I drove Ava home. I heard footsteps, then the clink of a security chain before the door opened. Ava's foster dad, a guy I'd only heard about, glared down at me. I was half a head shorter than him, but his bushy monobrow and eyes, as dark as coal, made my mouth grow dry. He wasn't at all how I imagined anyone who liked kids to look like. My boss and her husband were foster parents, and they just about radiated warmth and happiness. Mr. Johnson made me feel like I owed him money, lots of it. Ava left her bag in my car. Can you please give this to her? He grunted and grabbed the bag from me, then shut the door without another word. I saw a curtain move in the front window and a boy's face appear. I didn't have much experience with kids, but I guessed he was around 3 or 4. His shirt was too big for his small frame, and his long, straggly hair covered one half of his face. He waved at me, then jumped as if something had scared him. A large hand came through the curtain and pulled the boy away. The scared look on his face as he looked up at me one last time shook me to the core. I walked back to my car, feeling sure in my gut that something wasn't right about this house. It might look well kept on the outside, with its mowed lawn and trimmed shrubs, but no kid should look that fearful inside his own home. And what about Ava? Her mood had changed right before she got out of my car. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I made up my mind that I was going to get to the bottom of this. I cared about Ava too much not to. Chapter 3. Ava. I wasn't lying when I told Liam I'd seen things. As a ward of the state of California for the past 2 years, I was on my 4th foster family. The first 3 were short-lived. I'd acted out a lot at the first one, and the second and third placements traded me in for a younger, cuter kid as soon as one became available. Since then, I'd learned to put on a happy face and be grateful for what got handed to me. Things might sound bad, but my story was far better than a lot of my foster siblings. I hadn't grown up in the system. I'd actually once had the love and care of 2 amazing parents. We didn't have the biggest house or the fanciest car, but we'd been happy. Until one summer day that changed everything. The day my mom and dad got hit by a drunk driver as they were coming home from the store. Life hadn't been the same since. To be honest, it sucked. None of my relatives had the means to take me in. They were either too old or too busy with their own kids. The only person who came close was my Aunt Tina, my mom's younger sister. But she was living the single life and traveling the world as a journalist. I didn't blame her. She wasn't qualified to raise a teenager, even a cool one like me. At least that's what she said when she remembered to call or text me on my birthday and major holidays. Whatever. Such was life. That's what my dad used to say. I couldn't wait around for someone to rescue me. I needed to take care of myself, survive the system until I was 18 when I could live on my own. I took a deep breath and fought the tears burning my eyes. Even though I was trying to do the best with the lemons life had handed me, my lemonade tasted pretty sour right now. There were so many things I wish could be different. Droplets of warm bath water flew onto my face as I knelt on the cold linoleum of the bathroom floor. I looked up to see the impish smile of my 3-year-old foster brother Brent as he splashed more water at me. My gray sweatshirt looked like a modern art painting with all the wet spots covering it. Hey, it's your bath time, not mine. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. You have a big day tomorrow. Sumawo. Brent's twin brother, Brian, piped up beside him. With sandy blonde hair and a fair complexion, he was the opposite to Brent's dark hair and coloring. I'd only known them for a month, but it hadn't taken me long to realize their personalities were the opposite of each other's, too. Brian scrunched up his little nose, like he always did when he was thinking, which he did a lot. What's happening tomorrow? You guys are getting adopted. You're going home to your forever family. No more living here with the Johnsons. You'll have your own room with your own toys and clothes and shoes, and a mom and dad who'll love you and give you baths every night. The twins looked at me, their hazel eyes growing wide. Brent was the first to smile. He didn't say much, but I could tell he was happy. Brian's intense expression was harder to read. What's wrong, Brian? Are you coming with us? Forcing out a smile, I answered with my "this doesn't bother me at all" voice. Nah, I'll be staying here. Why? We want you to come. I squeezed the face towel in my hands and wiped their faces one by one. The boys were so smart and sweet. I was glad they were getting out of the system early. They deserved a bright future. That family only has enough room for the two of you, but don't worry. I'm sure someone will adopt me soon, too. The boys immediately grinned. The sight made my heart swell and ache at the same time. I turned away to grab their towels from the towel rack, taking a quick chance to wipe my eyes. I'd told this lie so often now that it slipped from my tongue without thinking, but that didn't mean it didn't still sting. In the 8 months that I'd lived at the Johnsons', I'd said goodbye to half a dozen kids already. A couple of them, like the twins, had been adopted, while the rest returned to their families. The older I got, the more clear it became that I'd age out of foster care before anyone adopted me. The babies usually went first, then the younger kids. The only thing I was good for was taking care of everyone else, especially since Mrs. Johnson was too depressed to help out. I knew that was the only reason Mr. Johnson kept me around. I spent the rest of the evening helping my other 2 foster siblings with their baths, then their bedtime routines, a book each, followed by a prayer that they would also find their forever homes. 5 stories. Brent managed to pout his way to an extra book, and 4 goodnight kisses later, I finally tackled my homework before falling into bed. I turned off my flashlight as I lay down in the room I shared with the girls. When I checked my phone one last time, I saw a new text from Hannah. My jaw dropped. My bestie used to text me all the time before Seth came into the picture. Nowadays, I mostly talk to her at school, when she wasn't talking to Seth. I totally didn't expect to hear from her tonight. Aves, are you okay? Liam came home with a zillion questions about your foster dad. Text me back. I cringed. Even though I was happy Hannah was concerned enough to text, I hated the reason why she was reaching out. I didn't want anyone's pity, least of all Liam's. That's exactly why I hadn't wanted him to walk me to the door, even though it was the sweetest thing any boy had ever offered to do for me. But boys and Mr. Johnson did not mix at all, which is why I'd gotten a good talking to as soon as the door closed. And in typical Mr. Johnson fashion, a lecture wasn't a lecture unless it was loud and in your face. I'd learned early on that my best bet to enduring this placement was to mind my manners and do as I was told. I had to, so I could continue attending Edenvale. It had been a dream when I got accepted. It was honestly the one thing I had going for me. If I got moved to another foster home, Who knew which city and school I'd end up in? I was in the middle of replying to Hannah when my phone lit up. The name Mr. Hotness flashed across the screen. I sucked in a breath as I realized Liam was calling. Yes, I may or may not have had a secret nickname for him. It was close to midnight, so my first thought was that something must have been wrong. I quickly ducked my head under the sheet I used for a blanket and answered with a hushed, "Hello?" "Ava Alverson, where have you been?" "I'm where I was a few hours ago when you dropped me off. What's going on?" "You didn't return Hannah's text, so I wasn't sure if—" Liam released a long breath. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." That last line made my insides melt like gooey chocolate. "You were worried about me?" "Well, you're Hannah's best friend, so yeah." And just like that, my chocolatey insides hardened into a cold brick. "That's cool of you, but I don't need an overprotective brother watching out for me. I can take care of myself." "I didn't say you couldn't, but it doesn't hurt to have someone bigger and stronger on your side." An image of Liam's defined chest popped into my mind. For someone who sat in front of a computer all day as a graphic design major, he sure had a lot of muscles. As much as I'd love to picture myself being held in his strong arms, that was the last thing I should be thinking about. So I resorted to my not-so-secret weapon, sarcasm. "And who might you be referring to when you say bigger and stronger?" "Seriously, Ava, that burns. You can't tell I work out? Push-ups, pull-ups. I do multiple sets a day." That explained his awesome biceps. I had no idea. "Yeah, well, I do. So, I'm more than capable of protecting you." Liam's tone turned serious. He wasn't joking at all. "I believe you, but I don't need protection from anything." "Are you sure? Your foster dad seems a little, I don't know, rough around the edges." "I'm sure, Liam." I turned onto my side and shifted my body to avoid being poked by a spring in the worn mattress. "He's like a big bear. He turns a little grisly sometimes, but for the most part, he's cool. He just didn't like the fact that I came back with a strange boy," as he put it. I could have said more, like how Mr. Johnson didn't approve of me dating, but I wasn't going to mention that to Liam since the two of us were obviously just friends. Liam scoffed. "I'm as normal as boys go." "And so is Mr. Johnson." "He doesn't do anything." He paused. "To hurt you, does he? Or any of the other kids?" "No way, chill out, Liam. You're being paranoid." "Then why don't you ever refer to his place as home? You always say you're going back, not home." "Huh? Of course I do," I stammered, feeling caught off guard. No one had ever questioned me about my choice of words before. How in the world had Liam picked up on that? "Okay, fine. Maybe I don't. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that the place you live in should make you feel comfortable. More importantly, the people too." I sighed. I hated that Liam was right. But seriously, there was nothing I could do to change my foster dad. "Thanks for caring, Liam, but this isn't your problem to deal with." "What if I want it to be?" That ooey gooey feeling came flooding back fast. What was Liam saying? The line went quiet as I tried to make sense of his question. Just when I was about to ask for clarification, I heard the floor out in the hallway creak. My chest tightened. Most likely it was Mr. Johnson walking by. If he knew I was still up this late and talking to a boy, he'd have a fit. I covered my mouth and whispered into the phone, "I gotta go. Good night, Liam." I hung up on Liam, but I could still hear his voice in my mind throughout the night as I dreamed about him. Chapter 4. Liam. I had a half a day of work ahead of me, and no motivation to shelve the new shipment of books that had just come in. Normally, I liked my job at Between the Lines. It sure beat the grease and noise level at the diner where I used to work. When Seth had mentioned 3 weeks ago that his aunt, who owned the bookstore, was hiring, I was the first to apply. Since the only thing I read these days, other than what was required for school, were the backs of cereal boxes, I was sure Seth had played a big part in me landing the job. Some might call it nepotism, but hey, it was almost a fair trade since I was letting him date my sister. Not that I really had a say over who Hannah wanted to date, but Seth didn't know that. All joking aside, I was grateful to be making money. With my dad locked up and my mom working 2 jobs to support us, I did what I could to help out, even if I only made enough to pay some of the bills. It was better than not being able to do anything. That killed me the most. I hated feeling like my hands were tied and my options were taken away from me, which was my current reality. All the dreams I had of going to a prestigious design school for animation had vanished. Poof. Along with our family's money, we went from being in the top 5% of the social and economic ladders to somewhere in the lower class. Gone was our ability to afford private school tuition and the nice house and cars and everything else we used to have. That's how Hannah and I ended up at Edenvale, a school Seth's rich and famous uncle and aunt started for youth who'd gone through personal or family hardships, and how I came to meet Ava. As I lined up some paperbacks onto a shelf, I found myself going back to our conversation last night. Even I could admit I'd acted a little irrationally. Ava had called me paranoid, and maybe I was worrying too much. But the part of me that couldn't unsee the little boy's scared face didn't think so. It didn't help that I'd stayed up late reading some real-life experiences, horror stories, really, of former foster kids. My gut twisted to think of Ava being mistreated or hurt in any way. "Hey, why the long face?" Danica, my boss, called out as she walked over with the toddler on her hip. She was dressed up, having just come from church. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and a blouse and skirt replaced her usual t-shirt and jeans. The small boy in her arms reached for me as they got near. "You want to cheer Liam up, don't you, Dare?" "Hey, kid. How are you?" I tried balancing Darren Jr. on my hip like Danica had, but ended up holding him to my chest. He looked up and flashed me a toothy grin, his small dimpled hands on either side of my face. "Are you here to help me?" Dare's blue eyes lit up as he nodded. "Dare, help!" I set him down, next to the box of books, and waited for him to hand me one. This was our routine Dare and I had going whenever he came to visit his mom at work. I'd never thought of myself as a kid person before, but I didn't have any problems hanging with this little guy. "So, how are things, Liam?" Danica gave me a concerned mom frown. You know, the kind that involves looking you up and down to see if you're dressed warmly enough. For the record, it was 70 degrees outside and I had on a long-sleeve polo over my slacks. Danica was cool. She was my boss, but she treated me like a friend, a motherly kind of friend, but still more or less of an equal. "Is there something bothering you?" I didn't know how much to say about Ava's situation. It wasn't like she was in danger, but I figured if anyone would understand foster parenting, it was Danica. Still, I weighed my words carefully. I was thinking about a friend of mine. She actually lives in a foster home with 4 other kids. "You're talking about Ava, right? Seth mentioned her." I smirked. So much for keeping things on the down low. "Yeah, it's Ava. Please don't say anything about this to Seth." "Of course." "So, I met her foster dad last night for the first time when I drove her home." I bent down to take another book from Dare's small hands, then placed it on the shelf, spine facing out. There was something about him that rubbed me the wrong way. "Something he said or did? More details, please." Danica's kind smile made me realize what it was about Mr. Johnson that I didn't like. There was nothing warm about him. He didn't strike me as someone who likes kids. Why would he want to open up his house to them? Maybe he's in it just for the money? Her brows furrowed. "It's hard to guess at his intentions when I haven't met the man. but he would have been screened by a social worker. The system does make sure all foster parents are qualified to take kids in. What does qualified mean, though? That he's not a criminal and he can put a roof over their heads and food on the table? Well, yes, that's a part of it. What about actually caring for the kids, making them feel safe and loved? Oh, Liam. She reached up to give my shoulder a squeeze. You really care about Ava, don't you? She's my sister's best friend and my friend, too. The glint in Danica's blue eyes told me she suspected more, but she was smart enough not to say anything to embarrass me. She's really lucky to have you watching out for her. The thing is, some foster parents are so exhausted from meeting the kids' physical needs, they don't have much left for their emotional needs. Have you talked to Ava? Does she feel comfortable and safe in this placement? If there's any cause for concern, she needs to inform her social worker. I did, but all she said was that he didn't like the fact that a guy drove her home alone. Usually Hannah comes too, but she's been kind of preoccupied lately. I know. We have Seth to thank for that. Danica smiled. From what Ava said, it sounds like her foster dad was just watching out for her, maybe putting on an overprotective dad act. I'm sure Darren and I'll be more than a little worried when boys start coming around for Hope. Thank God she's only 3.5, although lately I wonder if there's a teenager trapped in her body. Hope May Hua Spark, where'd you run off to now? Soon, the sounds of high-pitched giggles and low, warm chuckle reached our ears, making both of us smile. Dare dropped the book he was holding back into the box. He looked at his mom, then toward the direction of the laughter. Dare, run! Without a look back, he took off down the aisle, running as fast as his short legs would take him. And he's off. I better go find him. Danica flashed me an apologetic smile. We can chat more later, okay? I nodded and returned to my work. I spent the next few minutes making sure all the books were lined up in alphabetical order by the author's last names. When I was done, I grabbed the empty box and made my way to the back of the store for another. I happened to pass by Danica and her family as they sat in the carpeted kids area, reading a book together. It was like a scene from primetime TV of a mom and a dad with their 2 children. I couldn't help but stare at how perfect they looked, even though it was obvious that Hope wasn't their biological daughter. I released a heavy breath. That was the kind of environment all kids needed to grow up in. Sure, my current one was less than ideal with my dad being locked up, but Hannah and I still had our mom's love and support, plus our grandparents, too. Ava had no one. She'd lost her parents and had been handed off to strangers who didn't care about her. What kind of life was that? In that moment, I knew what I had to do. It was none of my business, but I was determined to make sure Ava got the care she needed and deserved. Since no one else was watching out for her, I would. Because I told myself that's what a friend would do. Chapter 5. Ava. My hands shook as I read over the flyer Mrs. Cord had just handed out to our vocal physiology class. A chance to record a song with Taylor Swift for her upcoming album? What world was I living in? Good gravy! Hannah's blue eyes were as round as marbles. Whenever she started talking like her grandma, it was a sure sign that she was excited. Aves. I knew it was going to be someone big, but I didn't expect Taylor Swift. My mind is officially blown. My heart thumped in my chest as I imagined being in the same room as Tay-Tay. She'd been my favorite artist for as long as I could remember. Hannah also knew all the lyrics to every one of her songs, which was the reason I knew we were destined to be besties. Can you imagine singing with her or even breathing the same air as her? The entire classroom was buzzing as all the kids started freaking out about the announcement. The girls were low-key screaming in their seats, while the boys tried to play it cool, but I could tell by their smiles that they were excited too. Everyone at Edenvale knew how lucky we were to be going to school here, but this opportunity was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Pinch me, Han. Hannah looked at me like I was insane, but she reached over and gave my arm a light squeeze, like that. I barely felt her fingers through my pink flannel shirt, but I nodded anyway. My skin tingled as adrenaline rushed through every one of my limbs. There was no way I could be this alert and still sleeping. Yep, I'm not dreaming. This really is happening. Mrs. Cord held her hands up to call for our attention. She matched the description of little old lady like no one else, with her speckled frames, silver hair held back in a tight bun, and a warm grandmotherly voice. She was even shorter than me, and I was 5'1" on a good day. Please settle down, class. I realize you are all feeling pumped about this contest. The adorable way Mrs. Cord said pumped made the grin on my face even wider. Now, Mrs. Cord continued, Evan and Emma hope you will take this opportunity seriously and put your best foot or voice forward. I loved how she talked about the founders of the school so casually, as if we were on a first-name basis with Hollywood royalty. By the end of this week, you will need to pick a song that best showcases your artistry. If you need suggestions, I will be more than happy to help. You'll be going into the recording studio next week to work with a live band. Once your demos are done, I'll send them over to Miss Swift's manager. This project will also be submitted to me for a grade. Any questions? Hannah's hand popped up. Is there a chance we can submit a demo together with someone else? Like a duet? Yes, exactly. I don't see why not. Mrs. Cord lowered her glasses as she looked at the flyer she'd picked up from her desk. Standing in front of a large poster that read, Music is food for the soul, the bright flowers on her sweater blended in with the colors of the words. She lifted her head and nodded at Hannah. There's nothing in the flyer that states otherwise. If there are any of you who want to work together on this, be my guest. But I'll need to see equal participation by both parties. Hannah flashed a bright grin my way. I could tell she was hatching up a plan, and I had a big part in it. And why wouldn't I? We were pretty much inseparable, even with Seth in the picture. When I wasn't at the Johnsons, I was at the Mitchells. Her family had practically become my family in the short time that I'd known them. It made sense that Hannah would want to do this demo together. If we won, that would mean both of us would get to meet and sing with Taylor Swift. Then why was my stomach churning? The thing was, I didn't want to work with Hannah on this demo. I already had a song in mind to use, an original piece I'd been working on since the summer. The melody was done. I just needed to finish the bridge. I didn't know how to tell Hannah, though. No one knew I wrote songs. It was something I started doing after my parents passed. Not only were the lyrics too personal for me to share, it was a little scary putting my work out there for people, even my bestie, to hear. But I'd do it for Tay-Tay. Her songs had gotten me through some of the roughest times in my life. She inspired me to be vulnerable and to open up about my feelings, but not open enough that I would turn down my bestie's plan. I couldn't do that to Hannah, especially not when she wanted to spend time with me. It had been a long time since we did something together, just the two of us. That's why when we walked to the courtyard after class for lunch, I put on an enthusiastic smile as she listed off song suggestions. Her red hair swung around her shoulders as she practically skipped with excitement. We should sing one of Tay-Tay's songs. That way she'll know how our voices sound with her style of music. What do you think, Aves? I nodded, the same way I did when Mr. Johnson gave me a list of chores to do every afternoon when I came back from school, silently and eagerly, like a well-trained robot. That sounds like a plan. Hannah beamed. Awesome! You're the queen of plans, so that means a lot coming from you. I smiled, this time from my heart. I knew Hannah was referring to my scheme last month to get back at her ex by having Seth be her pretend boyfriend. It had been a brilliant plan, if I did say so myself. Things hadn't worked out the way either one of us had expected. They turned out epically better. Hannah had gotten a boyfriend out of the deal. A boyfriend who was uber faithful and supportive, like never left her side supportive. My smile wavered a little when Seth, who was sitting at what used to be Hannah's and my bench, waved at us as we neared him. He stood up and greeted Hannah with a hug and a kiss on her cheek. They whispered to each other and laughed, totally lost in their own world. I knew better than to wait for them to start eating, so I plopped down on one end of the bench and took my lunch from my backpack. I gulped down my sandwich and was crunching on an apple when my bestie and her new bestie finally turned to talk to me. Hannah told me you guys might get to sing with Taylor Swift, Seth exclaimed as he handed Hannah half of his sandwich while she gave him half of hers. They had this lunch sharing ritual they did, which was sickening sweet. Emphasis on sickening. I'm surprised you're not more excited, Ava. I scoffed, like Seth was out of his mind for thinking that. You have no idea how excited I am. I'm just trying to be realistic. We're up against a lot of talented kids. I cringed inwardly, hoping my answer didn't sound as lame as I knew it did. Normally, I'd be coming up with a whole to-do list of what we needed to get done to take on this challenge, but right now I didn't have much motivation, faith, or any of that good stuff. Hannah must have figured out as much because she reached over and gave me a side hug. Hey, we've got this. You got the best voice in our class, Ave. There's no way we can lose. I nodded, feeling so unlike myself. I usually gave the pep talks, but I had no pep left in me. Maybe it was the fact that the twins had gotten adopted yesterday, or the news I'd heard this morning that the girls would be going home to their parents this week. I was happy for all of them, believe me, I was, but I was reminded once again that I didn't matter to anyone. Even Seth had taken my place in Hannah's life. I should have been happy she wanted us to sing together, but now I wondered if she just thought she had a better chance of winning with me. I washed down my food with some water, also swallowing all the questions I wanted to ask but couldn't. When I set my water bottle down, my eyes caught someone looking at me from across the courtyard. Liam, with his intense blue eyes that matched the color of his t-shirt, gave me a friendly smile. The sight was so unexpected and sweet, my heart skipped a beat. For a second, I let myself pretend he didn't see me as just a friend. I smiled back and was about to wave when a girl in a tight miniskirt latched onto Liam's arm. She narrowed her eyes at me like she knew I was invading her territory. My stomach sank as I looked her over, tall, curvy, and glammed up. Liam's girlfriend was everything I wasn't, and just like that, I realized some things weren't meant to be. I wasn't meant to be adopted, to enter the Tay-Tay contest on my own, or most of all, to be anyone special to Liam Mitchell. Chapter 6. Liam. There was a time when I would have been proud to have one of the most popular girls at Edenvale wrapped around my arm, but these days I just felt weighed down, like Wile E. Coyote whenever a boulder crushed him in those old cartoons I loved watching with my dad. I used to laugh at that character's brainless ways, but I was starting to understand how easy it was to keep doing the same old thing. It was hard to make a change, even when you knew you needed to. Like how I knew I needed to break up with Savannah. I'd finally decided on doing it this Friday. I figured that would be the best time, right after school, so she'd have the weekend to recover. It was the least I could do to make the breakup as clean as possible. I'm freezing, babe. Can I wear your jacket? Savannah pouted her red lips and batted her eyes at me. Sure. It took me a second to process her question. I'd been staring at her lashes, which had an eerie resemblance to the fuzzy caterpillars I was learning how to draw in my animation basics class. I shrugged off my black leather jacket, one of the remaining pricier possessions I still owned, and handed it over. Did you do something to your eyes? You noticed! I got extensions. Do you like them? They're cool. Savannah went on her tiptoes to give me a closer look. Her lips were close enough for me to kiss, but kissing her was the last thing I wanted to do. If that wasn't a sign that she wasn't the girl for me, I didn't know what was. I gritted my teeth and leaned back. I think you look good without them, though. You really don't have to try so hard. She grimaced. You have no idea what it's like to be a girl, Liam, especially one trying to break into Hollywood. Can't you just be supportive and compliment me like a good boyfriend would? I almost laughed. If only she knew how hard I was trying to do just that. Didn't girls want their boyfriends to like them the way they were, without makeup and fancy clothes? I did that and more. I'd been there for Savannah when her mom went through chemo, held her when she cried, and cracked lame jokes to make her laugh, and I was still sticking around, even though every part of me wanted to end things. It wasn't only because of Ava, or maybe it was. The more I got to know Ava, the more I realized how shallow Savannah was. Not that she wasn't a nice person, but she had different goals and expectations for her life and for me. Maybe if I was into acting like she was, I wouldn't mind taking on the role of a mindless boyfriend, but I was tired of playing a part I wasn't good at. I took a deep breath, then recited my line, the one I knew Savannah would want me to say. You look gorgeous, babe. She beamed at me. Her lashes seemed to take on a life of their own as they morphed into flapping butterfly wings. Thanks, babe. I know I do, but it's still nice to hear you say it. My chest tightened. I found it harder to breathe the longer I was around her. I glanced around, looking for an excuse to escape, when I spotted the perfect one 10 feet away. Hey, Max, what's up, man? Not much. A guy dressed in black from head to toe swaggered over to us, a confident grin on his face. Just recovering from a late night texting the ladies. The friend who had gotten me into this mess, Max Parker, held his hand out for our usual handshake. As we grabbed one another's thumbs and gave each other a pat on the back, he winked at Savannah. Most guys would have mistaken that move for flirting, but I knew better. Max was being Max. He was also a drama major, and according to my mom, the Mario Lopez of my generation. We'd met bussing tables at my old job, and he was the one who told me about Edenvale. Without Max, I wouldn't be at this awesome school. I wouldn't be with Savannah either, but that wasn't all his doing. He'd introduced us, but I'd taken the bait. How late was this late night? Max shrugged. 2-ish? 3? I lost track. How many girls this time? 4. That's the max that Max can take. He cracked a smile at his own joke. Any more and my brain starts smoking. We can't have that happening. It'll ruin my hair. I shook my head, amazed in both good and bad ways. Half the time I didn't know if Max was putting on a show or not, but I did know he had my back. When I needed a favor, he always came through. Hey, do you mind driving Savannah home today? I have something I need to do after school. Yeah, sure. He did a bow that resembled a dab, then winked at Savannah. At your service, Liam. Savannah dragged out my name like the syllables were 2 whole notes. I did sometimes pay attention when Hannah and Ava talked shop. She stuck her hands on her hips and puckered her bright red lips into an O. But I need you today. My mom's getting the results of her blood test, and you know how much I freak out about that. Can't you drive me home first? Her act would have worked on me over the summer, but not anymore. Her mom was doing a lot better, and all signs from the past couple of tests pointed to a smooth recovery. I took that as a sign that it was time for me to start pulling away. It didn't help either one of us to have Savannah be so dependent on me. Not today. But you'll be in good hands with Max. You can tell him all about the audition you're going to this week. Both Savannah's and Max's eyes lit up at the word audition. They started talking and throwing words like ad lib and line cue around. All their acting slang went over my head, but it made me smile anyway. It was cool how you could always find someone at Edenvale who spoke your language, artistically speaking. There was no chance of anyone feeling left out, or so I thought. My gaze was drawn again, past the benches full of kids and the trees with fall-colored leaves, toward the girl sitting across the courtyard. For some reason, Ava didn't seem herself today. Her smile was forced and her posture closed off. She looked like how I'd felt a few moments ago when I'd wanted to escape. My best guess was that she was feeling like a perpetual third wheel now that Seth was in the picture. I couldn't remember the last time she and Hannah had hung out by themselves. Well, that was about to change. Ring. The bell signaling the end of lunch sounded, and the crowds began dispersing. I said bye to Savannah and Max, who were so into their conversation they barely acknowledged me, and headed straight for Ava. My next class was in the main building where I knew she'd be going too, so it wouldn't be weird for us to walk together. When I caught up to her, she was alone at her locker, stopping to grab a book. I stood on the other side of the metal door, stooping a little to hide myself. When she closed the door, I popped up with a loud, "Hey!" Ava jumped, then half screamed, half groaned when she saw me. Her cheeks turned a bright pink, French rose, to be exact, that matched her shirt, and the sight made me realize how much I liked that color on her, even when she was flashing her big brown, angry eyes at me. "William Mitchell, are you trying to scare me to death? What if I had a heart attack and fainted here on the spot? That could very well have happened." For a second, my stomach dropped, considering the chance that she could be sick. Then I noticed one side of her mouth twitch as she held back a smile. Oh man, was I in trouble? Ava was too adorable for her own good and mine. "I would have caught you. I work out, remember?" I flexed my guns in front of her face for emphasis. My chest might have puffed out a little when her brows rose in appreciation. It was a lame reaction, but I couldn't help it. I liked having Ava's attention. "Thanks for the close-up. I see the evidence." She rolled her eyes, then started walking away. Her dark hair bounced around her shoulders as she hurried past the row of lockers. I ran after her, weaving around a couple of kids carrying black guitar cases. When I reached Ava's side, I tugged lightly on the ends of her hair to get her to stop. "Wait up." "I have class, Liam. You do too." A lock of her hair was still curled around my fingers, and she was close enough that I could smell a hint of strawberry from her lip gloss. My body warmed when she looked up at me with a curious smile. I let go of her hair and reminded myself why I'd come to look for her. "Do you want to ride home today?" Her face brightened. "Sure, that'd be great. That beats taking the bus any day. Thanks for offering. I'll see you later." As she walked away, I couldn't help smiling. It felt good to know I was helping to give Ava a chance to hang out with her BFF after school. I bet once they started talking in the car, Hannah would invite Ava over to study and she'd end up staying for dinner. It was a win-win for everyone, even me. I didn't hate the idea of seeing Ava again, too. Chapter 7. Ava. This was an awkward situation if I'd ever seen one. Being alone with Liam was not where I expected to end up when he offered to drive me home. I totally thought Hannah would be there too, and we'd get to hang out a bit, like old times. But when I got to Liam's car after school, he was the only one waiting for me. "Where's Hannah?" I asked Liam through the open passenger side window. "She just told me she's going over to Seth's house to study." "Oh, that's cool." I tried to hide my disappointment with a forced smile. "What about Savannah? I thought you usually drive her home." "Max took her today." "I see." I nodded, even though I didn't understand how he could be cool with that. From what I'd seen at school, Liam's bestie was a flirt, with a capital F. Did Liam not care about Max making a move on his girlfriend? It was strange that he didn't mind. But that wasn't my concern. What I needed to figure out was when the next bus would be coming, so I could catch it, because it'd be weird for Liam to go out of his way to drive me home. "Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow." Before I could get very far, Liam called out, "Ava." Get in. I can still take you." I turned around, ready to protest, when he reached over the front seat and opened the passenger door for me, not wanting to be rude or stupid since a car was so much better than taking the bus. I walked over and got in, and that's when my stomach growled. My cheeks burned as I tried to pretend the dinosaur like roar hadn't happened. "Thanks for the ride." Liam's brows rose. "I'm pretty sure the T Rex is extinct, but I think I just heard one asking for food. Why don't we grab something to eat before I take you home?" A smile curved my lips to know we'd been thinking alike. "It's okay, I'm not." I winced as my stomach betrayed me with another growl. "That hungry." "Well, I am." He turned on the engine and began driving out of the parking lot. "Is In-N-Out okay?" "Sure, I guess." That's how I ended up on a date with Liam. Not that what Liam and I were doing on this Monday afternoon qualified as a date, even though he had been nice enough to pay for my meal. Because he was my bestie's older brother, he had a gorgeous girlfriend who I made sure to bring up in our conversation to remind myself that this was not a date. "So, Savannah didn't mind going home with Max today?" Liam glanced up from the receipt in his hand. We were seated at a small red table, waiting for our order to be called. "Nope. They're both drama majors, so they have a lot in common." His indifferent tone grabbed my attention. There had to be more to the story. I didn't want to pry. Okay, who was I kidding? I totally did. So I tried to sound casual as I asked, "More in common than you have with her?" "For sure." "But you guys are still dating, right?" "For now." Liam swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down slowly. "It's complicated." Complicated meant juicy. Now I really wanted answers. Complicated how? 31? A young guy wearing a paper hat and a red apron called out our number from the counter. "Your order's ready?" "That's us." With a look of relief, Liam went off to pick up our food. I watched him as he stopped at the condiment bar. He had such confidence in the way he moved. There was no hesitation in the way he grabbed some napkins from the dispenser, or when he filled up a couple of mini paper cups with ketchup. Even the way he stood, with his feet a shoulder width apart and his back straight, Liam looked in control and in charge. It was weird that he seemed so unsure a moment ago when he was talking about Savannah. I knew it was none of my business, but I did want to know what was bugging him, partly to satisfy my curiosity, but mostly for Liam's sake. I cared about him as a friend. Maybe a little more than a friend, but still, a friend. He'd always been nice to me, even if he was a tad overprotective. He returned to our table and set down the red tray he'd picked up, full of burgers, fries, and milkshakes, and took his seat. The smell of grease filled the air and made my stomach growl again. I coughed, hoping Liam didn't hear the sound, but it was too late. His face broke into an adorable teasing grin. "And someone said she wasn't hungry." I wrinkled my nose at him, which made his smile grow even wider. I didn't have a good comeback. Hunger zapped my brain of all thought, so I stuffed a french fry in my mouth. The salty, crunchy goodness made me sigh with happiness. It had been so long since I ate out. This was such a treat. The last time was about a month ago, when I was with Hannah and Seth. Liam had offered to pay for me that time, too. I was a little hungry, but I felt bad having you pay for me again. You know, after that other time at the mall. "Why? I have a job. If I want to treat you, you shouldn't feel bad about it." He was digging into his food, so I started in on mine too. I almost sighed again when I bit into the juicy burger. The combination of the toasted bun, fresh lettuce and tomatoes, and In-N-Out's special sauce turned into a harmony of delicious flavors on my tongue. I gave Liam a grateful smile. "I really appreciate it, Liam, but I don't want you to think I'm a moocher." "I don't. Don't even worry about it. You're paying me back with your company." He frowned and shook his head. "That came out weird. I just meant that I like talking to you, so I don't mind us hanging out. If that includes spending a few bucks on food, so be it." I smiled. my mouth too full to speak. After I swallowed and took a sip of my yummy vanilla shake, I knew what I could do to pay Liam back. This is perfect, actually. You buy me food, I eat it, you talk, and I listen. Think of it as free therapy. I've been to plenty of sessions in my lifetime, so I know exactly what to say and do. He scoffed. I don't need therapy. And if I did, I wouldn't go to you for it. Ouch! That was low-key insulting. I'm a good listener. You can ask Hannah. I didn't mean it like that. His blue eyes clouded. It's just that I don't want to treat you like someone I dump my problems on. We're friends. It should be a two-way street. We both help each other out. The sincerity in his voice tugged at my heart. He seemed really upset that he'd offended me. That made me like him even more. I was kidding, Liam. Well, not about the eating part. I ate a few more fries, just to prove my point. Or even about the listening part as your friend. I was thinking you could use someone to talk to. You know, about your complicated relationship status. His expression relaxed, and a hint of a smile played on his lips. He finished off his burger and wiped his mouth. That's cool for you to offer, but I don't think you're the best person for me to be talking about it with. Why not? There was something about Liam's tone that rubbed me the wrong way. I thought he saw me as more than just his little sister's best friend, but he turned me down so quickly without a second thought. My ego was still fragile from being demoted in Hannah's world. I didn't want to be brushed off by Liam, too. So I leaned forward and placed both arms on the cold tabletop, ready to defend myself. Just because I've never had a boyfriend, I could give you a female perspective on things. I am a girl, in case you haven't noticed. Liam's brows rose. Oh, I've noticed. Then what's the problem? He chuckled. You know, you're cute when you're mad. I humphed and narrowed my eyes. How dare he not take me seriously? I pinned him in place with an I am so not amused stare. Meanwhile, I was doing an internal freak-out dance because Liam Mitchell had called me cute. OMG, I was trying so hard to stay chill. I was supposed to be offended, not flattered. But it was hard, oh so hard. I couldn't even talk because I knew the moment I stopped pressing my lips together, I'd start smiling. Thank goodness Liam, with his too cute for his own good grin, spoke up first. He held his hands up in mock surrender. All right, enough with the teasing. Maybe you can help me. Now we're talking. I rubbed my hands together, happy for my little victory. Go on? Well, there's not much to tell. He shrugged as he crumpled up a used napkin in his hand. Savannah's a nice girl, but I can't be the boyfriend she needs. I've been meaning to end things, but I didn't want to do it when her mom was going through treatment. But now that she's getting better, I think it's time. Okay, that sounds simple enough. This news explained why Liam didn't mind Savannah spending time alone with Max. It also made me a little too happy that Liam would soon be single. Not that my bestie's older brother would ever be interested in me, but a girl could hope, right? So, what are you waiting for? You don't think it's a jerk move, breaking up with Savannah when her mom's not fully recovered? I mean, she's on her way to recovery. No, I don't. It might be bad if she just found out her mom was sick, but really, if you don't think this relationship is going anywhere, it's better to let her know sooner than later. That's what I'd want. Life's too short to not be honest with people. You make a good point. Of course I do. I smirked, feeling proud of myself. I don't know why you're so surprised. Liam smirked back. You and your life's too short sayings. You have enough of them to write a book. It's funny you say that. I kind of do. Have a book, I mean. I paused, not sure if I should say more until Liam nodded, giving me the courage I needed. After my parents died, I started journaling. I've filled up 3 journals so far with my sayings. Sometimes when I'm having a hard day, I'll open one up and read it. It doesn't change things, but it helps change my attitude. That's really cool. His smile turned a little sad. which made me regret spilling so much. I'm sorry you've had it so rough. I waved my hand in the air. Such is life. Life's too short, though, to hang up on the past. I tried to sound upbeat, but maybe I wasn't convincing enough, because the next thing I knew, Liam reached across the table, covered my hand with his, and gave it a quick squeeze. His fingers pulled away, but not before they sent a rush of tingles along my skin. I immediately missed the warmth of his touch and wished for more, then almost laughed out loud. What was I thinking? Liam was a friend, nothing more. The sympathetic look on his face proved it. Totally embarrassed, I reached for my milkshake and took a long slurp, willing the drink to cool me down, because I was pretty sure there was a 99.99% chance that my cheeks were on fire. Liam gave me a funny look that could only be described as part amused and part thoughtful. He cleared his throat, then said, "Speaking of being honest." Chapter 8. Liam. Sitting there across from Ava made me realize something. I was a face guy. Some guys liked a girl's legs or some other body part, but for me, it was the face. More specifically, Ava's face. Her big brown eyes were the color of hot cocoa, warm and inviting. And I loved how her cheeks revealed how she was feeling based on their color. What about being honest? She looked at me curiously, her eyes bright. Now that the spotlight was on me, she was no longer blushing. Do you have some deep, dark secret you want to share? Oh man, did I. But there was no way I could admit to Ava what I was thinking. That I was not only attracted to her face, but to her personality and heart, too. She had so many awesome qualities about her. There was also no way that I would act on my feelings, not before I talked to Savannah on Friday, but in the meantime, I could get Ava's opinion on something that could eventually involve her. Maybe I do. She tilted her head to one side and waited. Well, what is it? I promise I won't tell anyone. You can trust me. I clasped my hands together and leaned forward on the table. With a sly smile, I pretended to consider her offer. How about we trust each other? I'll tell you a secret and you tell me one of yours. Me? I don't have any. She spread her hands out in front of her. I'm a total open book. I scoffed. Everyone has secrets, especially a 15-year-old girl. I resent that statement. What are you implying? Nothing bad. Just that I bet there's a lot that goes on inside that brilliant head of yours. She blushed again. But to her credit, she played it cool. She met my gaze head on and smirked. Flattery will get you everywhere. Fine, I'll admit I do have a few secrets, but if I'm going to tell you mine, yours better be good. I don't want to hear anything lame like how you sucked your thumb until you were 7. My jaw dropped. How did... Oh, I'm going to kill Hannah. She showed me pictures too. You were so adorable with your little Superman cape and bowl cut. I hung my head, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw her grin. It made my day to hear Ava laugh, even if it was at my expense. All right, just for you. You get to go first. Better make it a good one. It took Ava another few breaths to calm down, but when she did, her expression grew surprisingly serious. She sucked her lower lip in and chewed on it, all the while glancing around the busy restaurant like she was making sure no one was listening. When she finally spoke, her words came out as a whisper. I... Huh? I write. You write. Wrongs? No. Songs. Songs? Oh. The words finally made sense to me. You write songs. I didn't know that. That's because I've never told anyone. That's why it's called a secret. Even though Ava used a teasing tone, her eyes were wide and apprehensive, waiting for my reaction. Songwriting obviously meant a lot to her. I was honored that she'd share this with me. That had to mean something. At least, I hope it did. That's so cool. Can I hear one of your songs? Her entire expression changed. She clamped her lips together and shook her head. No way. I write them for myself. The only people who'll ever hear them are me, myself, and I. But art's meant to be shared, especially with a voice as amazing as yours. She blinked in surprise. You like my voice? Next to Hannah's, it's my favorite. Maybe even more than hers, but let's keep that between us. Ava's cheeks turned pink. Thanks. So, what are you afraid of? That people won't like them? Of course. She wrinkled her nose. What if people hate them? I'd feel like they were trampling on my heart. Because these songs are like actual pieces of my heart, parts of myself that I've never shared with anyone. It's way too risky. But what if people love them? What if these songs are exactly what someone needs to hear? Did you ever think about that? Ava's eyes lit up for a moment as she chewed on my words. Maybe I was getting through to her. If you think about it, you're doing a disservice to all of mankind by keeping them to yourself. Okay, now you're laying it on thick. She rolled her eyes. I really don't think anyone over the age of 20 would care what I have to say, but you might have a point. Of course I do. I'm so much older and wiser. You're definitely older, she joked, but I get what you're saying. I've been so blessed by other people's songs. Maybe there's a slim possibility, like a nano chance, that someone would be blessed by mine. There's a definite chance. You should have faith in yourself. Even Taylor Swift started out small. Look where she is now. She balked. I'm no Tay-Tay. You don't have to be. You're Ave. I paused. On second thought, you should probably stick with Ava. For sure, she laughed. And you should stick with graphic design, not nicknaming. Well, if you ever need a guinea pig to try your songs out on, I volunteer as tribute. That's sweet. Thanks, Liam. I'll keep that in mind. Now, what about you? It's your turn to spill. I shrugged, playing it cool. Now that Ava was happily putting me on the spot, I contemplated coming up with a lame secret to tell her. It wouldn't be fair, though, considering how vulnerable she'd been with me, so I chose to be honest. I was also curious to see how she'd react. So, part of the reason I want to break up with Savannah is that I'm interested in someone else. Oh, her brows drew together for a second before she relaxed. Who's the new girl? Another senior? Anyone I might know? You can tell me. I promise not to say anything. She tried to sound casual, but I knew Ava well enough to know she was low-key amped up. Could it be that she cared about who I dated? Because she cared about me? I hoped so. I can't really say right now. Of course, I get it. Well, you definitely need to break up then. No two timing for you, young man. Ava's choice of words made me chuckle. Don't worry, Granny. I'm a one-girl guy. But seriously, I'm glad I can talk this over with you. It'd be nice to get a female perspective. On what exactly? How long after the breakup do you think I should wait before making a move? I studied her face, eager to see her reaction. She was the only one whose opinion mattered. What she said would determine my and hopefully our future. Well, it's good you're thinking about this. I mean, it shows a level of maturity on your part to not want to rush into another relationship right away. I winked. I told you I was older and wiser. She scoffed. And I take back everything I just said. Her eye roll made me laugh. I took a fry from her tray, just to rile her up again. She shot me a look of disapproval and took a couple of mine. I did her one better and set the rest of my fries onto her tray. How about now? Did I just change your mind? Maybe a little. I returned her smile. It's not like I want to wait, but I want to be respectful, both for Savannah's and the other girls' sakes. Ava nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the longer you wait, the better. Don't you think? Especially so you don't look like you're rebounding. That would be totally unfair for the new girl. You've got a point there. I winced. I'd never want to start anything with Ava on the wrong foot. She was too special. Do you think 2 weeks is long enough? Ava gave me a look of horror, as if I'd just said Taylor Swift was quitting singing to become a nun. No way. More like 2 months. And only after you've looked like you've gone through the whole cycle of a breakup. What cycle? You know, a few days of showing up at school with your shirt on backwards or wearing mismatched socks, and a couple of nights spent crying into a tub of ice cream while you and your bestie watch Pride and Prejudice. The Matthew McFadden version, of course. Only after you've done that and deleted all of your texts and voicemails and pictures of the two of you on your phone and social media, then you can start talking to this new girl. I stared at Ava for a good 5 seconds before I burst out laughing. Tears filled my eyes, and I had to hold my stomach. My sides hurt so much. The shocked expression on her face made me like her even more. William Mitchell, this is serious. I caught my breath as I wiped my eyes. She was seriously too cute for words. How do you even know this stuff? You've never had a boyfriend. I have an active imagination, and I've watched pretty much every chick flick that was made in this century. When the day comes, if it ever comes, for me to go through a breakup, I'll know exactly what to do. Thinking about Ava crying over a guy made my hands clench into tight fists. No way. Whoever is lucky enough to date you should be smart enough not to break your heart. Ava's chest rose and fell as she held my gaze. For a second, it looked like she was going to cry. But then her perfect lips curved into a sweet smile. That's the nicest thing any guy's ever said to me. And in that moment, there was no more denying it. Ava had become more than my sister's best friend, and more than even my friend. She was someone I could truly, totally fall for. But it was going to feel like an eternity before I could do anything about it. Chapter 9. Ava. This was the first time in my life that I didn't feel like singing. It was taking all of my mental energy to remember the lyrics to a song I'd sung 1,000,000 times before, and all of my physical energy to stay seated on the Mitchell's couch. I was supposed to be practicing with Hannah for the Tay-Tay competition, but my mind and heart were totally focused on the front door, watching and waiting for Liam to walk through it with that gorgeous face of his. Aves, you missed your entrance. Hannah frowned and paused the music on her phone. Are you okay? You're like a zillion miles away today. What? Oh, sorry. I'm just tired. That was an understatement. I'd hardly been able to sleep last night because I'd been replaying my date with Liam over and over in my mind. How he'd made me feel comfortable enough to tell him about my songwriting, and how he'd gotten my hopes up when he said he was going to break up with Savannah, then totally dashed them to pieces when he'd said he'd liked someone else. But it had to mean something that he'd shared all that with me, right? Even if the chances were slim to none that Liam saw me as more than a friend, a girl could still hope. Let's start over. I'll do better. On my next turn to sing, I came right in on time and sang my heart out. I had to give it to Hannah. She'd picked the perfect song for us, a song about being 15 and wishing one of the senior boys would wink at you and believing you found the one. Yep, that was pretty much my teenage dream summed up in a Taylor Swift song, except that I was kinda sorta living out the lyrics. A senior guy had winked at me. Now if only I could know if Liam was my one or not. Yes, that was awesome. Hannah beamed as the melody changed to the next song on her playlist. She put her arm around my shoulders and gave me a squeeze. We sound so good together. We slayed it, didn't we? With Hannah's bright, breathy tone and my rich, smooth one, our voices brought a real depth to our sound when we harmonized together. We'd also changed up the melody a little bit during the verses to put our own spin on the song. I actually felt better now about entering the contest with Hannah. If we did win, and we ended up meeting Tay-Tay, I could still sing one of my songs for her. What mattered was that Hannah and I were spending time together, without Seth. This is really fun. I've missed hanging out with you, Han. Just the two of us. Hannah's face fell, making me immediately regret what I'd said. Her voice was soft when she asked, "Do you not like Seth? I thought you wanted us to date." "No, I love Seth for you. He's the sweetest guy, and I'm really happy you found each other, which you have me to thank for," I added with a grin. "I just meant that it's nice to have girl time once in a while. We can't really talk about boys when Seth's around." "You're right. This is nice, especially since Liam's not here to bug us. Too bad my mom can't pick us up from school all the time." She handed me a plate of cookies that her mom had baked for us before she left for work. Her blue eyes brightened as she smiled. "Speaking of boys, is there someone you want to talk about?" "No, not really." Avoiding Hannah's eyes, I pulled at a loose thread along the hem of my blue top. I was not a good liar, at all. My mom used to say that was my best weakness. All the boys in our grade are so immature, except for Seth, of course. His friend Nolan is cool. Can you believe he and Max are stepbrothers? They are? I had no idea. He's nothing like Max. I'd only talked to Nolan a few times in math class. He was a guitar major and pretty friendly. Yeah, they have a pretty crazy story. Nolan's dad passed away, and his mom married Max's dad, his dad's best friend. Ouch! That must have been awkward. Yeah, majorly, Hannah suddenly gasped. OMG! I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Aves, what do you think of you and Nolan double dating with me and Seth? What? She couldn't be serious. I couldn't date Nolan. Not when my heart was preoccupied with someone else. I tried to play it cool, though, so Hannah wouldn't suspect anything. I've barely even talked to the guy, Han. That's why a double date would be the perfect first date. You guys won't be alone. Seth and I'll be there to keep you company. It doesn't have to be anything big. Maybe just going out for a froyo after school. Hannah was holding onto my arm by now. She was so excited. Please, Ave. It'd be so fun if you and Nolan started dating. Then we could hang out, the four of us, all the time. You're really jumping ahead of yourself. How about one date, please? I scrunched up my face, hoping Hannah wouldn't see how much I didn't want to go along with this plan, which was kinda unfair of me since I'd made her go along with mine before. Before I could answer the question, though, the front door opened. My heart skipped a beat when Liam's eyes met mine. He looked the same as he always did in my dreams, tall, confident, and charming. The broad shape of his shoulders made even a simple outfit of jeans and a t-shirt look hot. His mouth curved into a wide grin, like he was surprised but happy to see me. "Hey, sis. Ava." He greeted us before he dropped his backpack onto the carpet and headed to the kitchen. I forced my gaze down so it didn't look like I cared where Liam went. The last thing I wanted was for Hannah to know I had a crush on her brother. That would be too weird. Not to mention, so cliché. It was like the young adult book that Seth's dad had written. Yep, he was an honest-to-goodness romance author, and asked me to beta read. Sure, the boy and girl in that story ended up together, but that was fiction, a made-up romance. In my world, things were nowhere near perfect. I was an orphan, a foster kid. Like Mr. Johnson often told me, I should be satisfied with a roof over my head, food to eat, and clothes to wear. Anything else was extra, a non-essential, even love. A couple of years ago, I would have said that was all a lie, but now that I've been on my own for a while, I was starting to believe it. The ding of a cell phone interrupted my thoughts. I took a deep breath and tried to shake myself out of my pity party. I needed to stay strong, put on a happy face, and get through the next 2 years and 5 months until I could be on my own. "It's Seth," and he's with Nolan right now. Hannah glanced up from her phone, her red hair swinging around her shoulders. I'm going to ask him what he thinks about our double date idea. You mean your double date idea. Who's going on a double date? Liam walked out of the kitchen with an open can of soda, which he immediately set down on the coffee table when he spotted the tray of cookies. He ate one, then plopped down on the couch next to me and looked over my head at Hannah. You and Seth? I totally froze, too overwhelmed by how good Liam smelled and the heat from his body. He'd sat next to me before, but never this close. I wasn't sure if I should move over to give him more room, but the weird look on Hannah's face made my mind up for me. I scooted closer to my bestie before grabbing another cookie. With each bite, the warm chocolate chunks melted into an ooey gooey mess in my mouth, making it hard to talk, which was perfect because I totally didn't want to be a part of this conversation. Yep, me and Seth and Ava and Nolan. Hannah grinned as she typed out another text. 2 besties dating 2 besties. It's perfect. I cringed. I don't know about Hannah's phone rang, cutting me off. It's Seth. Oh, shoot. I need to charge my phone. I'm going to take this in my room. You're okay with this double date, Ava? His voice came out low and gruff. He drew his brows together and grimaced like he'd tasted something bad. Do you want to go out with Nolan? Not really, but Hannah's so excited. I shrugged, feeling helpless. I didn't want to disappoint my bestie. It's no big deal if I go on a date just to make her happy. You're not responsible for anyone's happiness, Ava. Only yours. But Hannah's my best friend. She's like my family. Then she'll understand if you don't want to go. I sighed. Why was Liam making things so difficult? Because right now, I felt like there was no winning, whatever I decided to do. If I didn't go on the double date, I'd disappoint Hannah. But if I did, Liam would never let me hear the end of it. Why did it matter to him anyway what I did, unless I mattered to him? Chapter 10. Liam. I wasn't trying to make Ava's life harder. I cared about her and wanted to help her, but it didn't hurt that I was helping myself in the process. There was no way she was going on a date with Nolan, not if I had anything to say about it. I didn't know the guy well, but knowing Max, he'd probably taught his stepbrother all his tricks for getting girls. I, for one, was determined to talk Ava out of the idea. Ava crossed her arms, covering up the good vibes only slogan on the front of her shirt. She had her hair up in a ponytail for a change, and I liked the way a few waves fell around her face. She narrowed her eyes at me. It's one date, Liam. At first, but I know my sister. When she likes a guy, she's all in. She's probably got her and Seth's wedding planned already, not to mention the rest of their lives. I wasn't totally making this up. I'd overheard Hannah talking to Mom the other day about wedding songs. The idea of my sister getting married seemed ridiculous right now, considering she couldn't even drive yet. But since she'd started dating Seth, she'd been staring at the wedding photo of our parents that hung up on the wall next to the TV, probably dreaming of her own big day. Hannah will, of course, want you along for the ride. The two of you and your hubbies living next door to each other, your future kids growing up together. This is all part of her grand plan. Ava's eyes grew wide. Maybe you should think about switching to drama. You are so extra right now. Matching houses, matching cars, your kids wearing matching outfits. Can you picture it yet? I wiggled my eyebrows at Ava, which made her raise hers in disbelief. I knew I was being a bit over the top with my predictions, but it was all part of my plan to keep Ava as far away from another guy as possible. OMG, Liam, I can't even. It's not like I'm going to marry Nolan. Like I said, this is one date. I shrugged, then kicked my feet up onto the coffee table, clasping my hands behind my head. I leaned back into the worn sofa. I tried to appear casual and keep the worry building inside of me from showing on my face. Don't say I didn't warn you. She rolled her eyes and took a bite of her cookie. With one hand over her mouth, she mumbled, I'm just going to be a good friend. You should try it sometime. I scoffed, then did my best impression of her, raising my voice an octave. I resent that statement. What are you implying? Ava groaned, her expression unimpressed. She grabbed a throw pillow and chucked it my way. I grunted as the pillow bounced off my chest. In dramatic fashion, I clutched at the front of my shirt before I fell in slow-mo onto my side. It was an Oscar-worthy performance, if I did say so myself. I lay there, waiting for Ava to say or do something. After several seconds passed by, I glanced up, expecting to see a smile on her face, but I got another pillow whacking instead. Hey, who needs lessons on being a good friend now? You hit me when I was down. Ava was full on giggling now, her sweet voice filling the room. Oh, please, you're such a diva. I was wondering how long you were going to lie there moaning in pain. Oh man, you don't let up, do you? I held my arms up to block myself from another hit. The soft pillow barely made an impact on me, which Ava obviously knew, because she tried again several more times. I shook my head, laughing. If she thought I was going to take it easy on her, she had another thing coming. I sat up and wrapped my arms around her so I could grab the pillow she was holding behind her back. You want to play? No! She yelled out as she realized she was now defenseless. She was also pressed up against my chest, her face 2 inches from mine. Her cheeks flushed bright red, giving her a beautiful glow. All I could do was swallow, hard. Our warm breaths mingled in the space between us as we stared at each other, neither one of us daring to move. Her gaze kept flicking to my mouth and mine to hers. I was pretty sure she was thinking what I was thinking, how this was the perfect moment for a kiss. I wanted more than anything to feel her lips on mine, but so many warning lights went off in my head, squashing that desire. First, I had a girlfriend. Kissing someone else wasn't a line I was willing to cross, even if Savannah seemed to be into Max now. I was better than that. Ava deserved better than that. Second, Ava likely had never kissed a guy before. If I was going to be her first, I wanted it to be special. Ava deserved the best. Third, I couldn't think of a third, especially with Ava's heart pounding against mine, like we were in a competition to see whose was beating the fastest. I'd bet my digital drawing tablet that it was mine. I'd never felt this way about a girl before. Even with my mind spinning, I had the good sense to back off. I let go of Ava, just as Hannah's voice traveled down the hall. Hey, what about tomorrow after school for our double date? Ava scrambled to the other end of the couch and grabbed another cookie. She stuffed half of it in her mouth, making her cheeks puff up. The sight was so adorable and funny, I almost laughed out loud. Hannah had returned to the living room by now, her phone up to one ear, and she was giving both of us a look, the kind she gave me when we were kids, and she suspected me of spilling juice on her favorite stuffed bear. I still plead the fifth on that one. She glanced at Ava, then at me, and back at Ava again. What's going on? What'd I miss? You said tomorrow? Ava brushed some crumbs off her cheek. Sorry, I can't do tomorrow. There's a new kid showing up at the house. Thursday? 2 new kids coming. Friday? Friday, Ava wrinkled her nose as she gave it some thought. I had a sneaking suspicion she was stalling. Don't you guys need to practice for that contest you're doing? Ava shot me a grateful look. Liam's totally right. We're recording the demo next Friday, Han. We definitely need to practice again. Hannah's face lit up. We can practice during our date. Nolan can play the guitar for us. Oh, yeah, I forgot. He's a guitar major. Yep. Hannah placed a hand on her hip. Come on, Aves. No more excuses. It'll be fun. Who said I was making excuses? The sheepish look on Ava's face showed she knew she'd been backed into a corner. Sure, Friday works for me. Yes, thank you. Would Friday work for you and Nolan? Hannah asked Seth over the phone. She listened for a moment, then smiled at Ava. Friday it is. I'd silently watched this whole exchange go down, but I couldn't sit on the sidelines anymore. This whole double date idea was insane. What if there was a slim chance that Ava would actually like Nolan? Then what? My future with Ava was at stake here. I cleared my throat and made an offer that sounded weird even to my ears. "Do you guys need a ride that day?" Both Hannah and Ava turned to me, surprised. Hannah spoke up first. "Are you offering?" I shrugged, trying to sound like I didn't care, even an ounce as much as I really did. "Why not? Since none of you drive yet, the only other option is the bus. That doesn't seem like the best ride for a date." "Yeah, not at all. I was going to ask Mom if she could drive us, but I don't want to bug her if I don't have to. We'd love a ride if you have time." Hannah gave me a hopeful look. I appreciated how she was being considerate of our mom's busy schedule. I nodded in agreement. She squealed into the phone and gave me a quick hug before she ran off toward her room again. Ava grinned at me. "That was really cool of you. You do realize, though, that you'll be a fifth wheel." I shrugged. "I'm a big boy. I can handle it." "Well, I'm glad you'll be there. It might make it a little bit bearable." Hearing Ava say those words made my day. The sincerity in her voice couldn't be faked. I returned her smile. Who knew I'd actually be looking forward to seeing Ava on a date with another guy. Chapter 11. Ava. My phone was officially on fire. It had been blowing up with texts from Hannah all morning as soon as I woke up. After sending her pictures of 3 outfits I tried on, she finally gave her approval to an off-the-shoulder turquoise sweater with jeans. I pulled a section of hair back on both sides of my head and added cute butterfly clips to hold them in place. After a final glance at the bathroom mirror, I decided I looked more than decent enough for school and pretty good for our double date later. I'd spent way more time than I'd planned on my appearance, but that's because I actually cared how I looked today. Not for Nolan's sake, but for Liam's. Yep, I was so head over heels for Liam, it wasn't even funny. Even the fact that he had a girlfriend didn't stop my stomach from literally fluttering every time I thought of him. I couldn't stop replaying that moment on the Mitchell's couch when Liam had held me and almost kissed me. I was so sure of it. He'd had the most intense look in his eyes, and his fingers had tightened on the small of my back, pressing me to him. And our hearts, they'd been beating in time with each other. It was the most swoon-worthy feeling. Even now, my head spun a little thinking about it. On second thought, it could be my hunger getting to me. Ever since Liam's and my almost kiss on Tuesday, I'd gotten a great burst of inspiration to write a new song. For the past 2 days, I'd come home from school, finished my homework ASAP, and worked on it for hours at a time. The chorus had come together first on Wednesday, then the verses yesterday. Last night, I'd been so inspired, I'd worked straight through dinner. By the time I realized I was hungry, it was after lights out. Just one more night of work, though, and I'd be done. I only had the bridge left to write, but for now, I needed something to eat, or I'd be growling all morning. I made my way down the dim hallway, following the aroma of coffee, to the kitchen on the other side of the house. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson were seated at the table by the window, both still in their robes, eating eggs and toast. It was a weird sight to see. Not so much their casual outfits, since Mr. Johnson worked from home as a medical transcriptionist, but because Mrs. Johnson hardly ever came out of her room. What was even weirder was the silence in the room. Normally, there'd be sounds of forks and spoons falling onto the floor or a baby fussing. Today, it was quieter than the school library. No new kids had shown up at the house like I assumed they would. I hadn't thought much of it. I'd been so caught up with songwriting, but now, an uneasy feeling settled over me. What was going on? "Morning, Mr. Johnson." I tried to sound cheerful, but I couldn't keep my brows from furrowing. "It's nice to see you, Mrs. Johnson." Mrs. Johnson, a gray-haired woman in her late 50s, gazed at me with vacant eyes. From the pictures that hung on the living room wall, I knew she'd once been energetic and vibrant. I'd never heard the whole story of what happened to her, but my caseworker, Rita, had mentioned the Johnsons lost their only child years ago. I felt for them, They might not be the warmest couple, but maybe once upon a time they had been. I understood how losing someone you loved could make you lose parts of yourself. If it weren't for music, I'd be lost too. I need you to get bread and milk today, Mr. Johnson spoke up, jerking his bald head toward the kitchen counter. Take that money. Yes, sir. No problem. I picked up a white envelope and stuffed it into the back pocket of my jeans. Anything else, sir? From my experience, I knew it was better to ask Mr. Johnson now than to be blamed later for not picking something up that I should have known he needed. More coffee. Mr. Johnson glanced at his wife and asked, Anything for you, dear? No, nothing. Mrs. Johnson's voice was so soft, I had to read her lips to understand her. I nodded. Okay, I'm just going to grab some breakfast and head out. I found 2 partially smushed granola bars in one of the cupboards. A quick glance at my phone confirmed I only had 5 minutes to run to the bus stop around the corner. I gave the Johnsons a polite smile before heading to the front door. I wanted so badly to ask them if any kids were showing up today, but something in my gut stopped me. Why mess with a good thing? It was such a relief to not be expected to feed or bathe anyone. I could really use the free time to finish up my song tonight. I was slipping on my sneakers when I heard footsteps coming from behind me. I spun around and caught my backpack before it slipped off my shoulder. Mr. Johnson stood there looking like Santa in his red robe and black slippers, except for his grim expression. My chest tightened as I dared to ask, Is everything okay, Mr. Johnson? In case you were wondering, the missus and I aren't taking any more kids. It's too much for us at our age, especially with, he lowered his voice, her condition. Oh, I see. That answered my earlier question, but where did their decision leave me? My heart began pounding loudly, like a bass drum, its sounds echoing in my ears. I could barely get my next words out. I was so scared. Does that mean I have to go? Not yet. I let go of the breath I'd been holding. I'd never been so happy to hear those 2 words. Everything was still right with my world. I'm so glad to hear that. The missus likes you. If you continue helping around the house, you can stay for now. A grin broke out on my face. I was so relieved I could have hugged Mr. Johnson right then and there. I held myself back, though. I didn't want to get pricked by his invisible quills. At this moment, he seemed less grisly and more of a cute-ish porcupine who just needed some TLC. I made up my mind to take care of him and Mrs. Johnson. If being on my best behavior would secure my place in this house, I'd do everything I'd need to in order to stick around. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Please thank Mrs. Johnson for me, too. You guys have been the best foster parents I've had. His expression remained unchanged. It had probably been so long since he'd smiled. He'd forgotten how, but no matter. I didn't need anything from him or Mrs. Johnson other than a place to stay. He turned around to head back to the kitchen, calling over his shoulder, Don't forget the coffee. Yes, sir. Bread, milk, and coffee. No prob. I rushed out the door, ready to make a run for it. I hated being late because in the off chance I missed the bus, which had happened once already, I'd have to wait another 20 minutes for the next one. And more than 3 tardies a semester meant you were placed on probation. Edenvale had some strict rules, but I understood why. There was a waiting list a mile long for the school, so there was no messing around allowed. The founders were generous, but they also expected a lot from the students because they wanted us to succeed. By the time I made it to the corner, a trail of gray exhaust hung in the air as my ride to school pulled away from the curb. No! Several cars and a motorcycle sped past me, drowning out my cries of frustration. Great, I was going to be way late now. I fought to catch my breath, my lungs burning. I had no problems holding a note when I sang, but sprinting was another matter. Me and physical activity did not mix. To make matters worse, the hairstyle I'd spent so much time on was coming undone. The 2 locks of hair I'd pulled back with butterfly clips now hung loosely around my face. So much for trying to look good for Liam. Oh, maybe I wouldn't have to be late to school after all. I pulled out my phone and sent Liam a text. Missed the bus. Do you mind picking me up? After a few seconds, I breathed a sigh of relief when he replied, On my way. Chapter 12. Liam. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and today had already been full of surprises. One good, and one not so good. The good one was sitting in my back seat right now, looking like a dream come true. Sitting beside Hannah was Ava, who gave me a relieved smile as I caught her eye in the rearview mirror. She looked beautiful as always, but the sweater she wore seemed to make her skin glow. As a design major, I loved bright colors, and that shade of blue really complemented her complexion. The sweater also showed off her shoulders, giving her a sexy yet sweet vibe. I could have stared at her all day if I didn't need to keep my eyes on the road. Liam, we're going to be so late. Savannah sighed dramatically beside me in the passenger seat. Her pink plaid miniskirt stood out against the car's gray upholstery. She pulled the car's visor down and began inspecting her eyelashes. Out of the corner of her mouth, she whined, I don't know why we had to pick her up. Now I was the one sighing. It was really not cool of Savannah to be talking like this when Ava could hear her every word coming from her bright red lips. Come on, Savannah. Wouldn't you want a ride if you missed your bus? Don't worry. We'll still make it to school on time. I can't afford another tardy. I already have 2. Good gravy. Hannah mumbled some other words to Ava that I couldn't make out. I didn't have to see my sister's expression to know that she was fed up with Savannah's diva attitude. This was one time I completely agreed with her. Still, I pressed my lips together. My grandma always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, it's better not to say anything at all. For Savannah's sake, I let her focus on herself. What else was new? And kept quiet. If I didn't hold back, I'd break up with her this very moment. There was nothing I wanted more, but it just wasn't the right time, not with everyone in the car, and especially not when Savannah had told me that morning that her mom's cancer had returned. I hated making this news about me, but it really put a dent in my plans. I didn't mean to cause any problems, Savannah. I'm sorry. Ava piped up from behind us, her usually bubbly voice full of remorse. I'll talk to the office and tell them it's my fault if we're late. Savannah closed the visor and turned around in her seat. She tossed her long red hair over one shoulder and narrowed her eyes. That's the least you can do. Liam. This time it was Hannah calling my name, in a surprisingly angry voice. I didn't know what her deal was, but I was pulling into Edenvale's packed parking lot by now, so I was preoccupied looking for a space. Hold up, sis. But let me park first. I came to a stop between 2 cars and turned off the engine. Before I even got the key out of the ignition, Savannah leaned over the center console and grabbed my face with her cold hands. She planted her mouth on mine, sucking all the air and joy from me. After a loud smacking sound, she detached herself from my lips. Ta-ta, babe. I'll see you at lunch. Oh, and start thinking about outfit ideas for Spirit Week. I want us to look good. Savannah took one more look in the side view mirror before slamming the door. I leaned back against the headrest and rolled my eyes. It was ironic that Savannah mentioned spirit, because I felt as if my spirit had been crushed. I didn't have any motivation to dress up next week, especially not with her, but as usual, it was more about her wants than mine. When the buzz of the warning bell rang out, I scoffed. I told her we'd make it on time. I can't believe you, Liam. Hannah was at it again. Why do you let her get away with so much? Huh? I turned to face my sister, surprised to see a storm raging in her blue eyes. She looked like a younger version of our mom, but the fire in her eyes was all from our dad. While I was usually the stubborn one, Hannah had been growing more confident lately after she'd started dating Seth. What are you talking about? Savannah was being totally rude to Ava, and you didn't do anything about it. Now that Hannah was calling me out, I did feel bad that I hadn't said anything, especially with Ava looking so uncomfortable. She was biting her lower lip and glancing from me to Hannah and back again, her big brown eyes wider than usual. It's okay. Ava placed a hand on Hannah's arm, trying to get her attention. I didn't take it personally. I get it. I don't want to be late for school either. It's not okay, Aves. Hannah turned her attention back to me. I really don't think you and Savannah bring out the best in each other. You can be a pain in the behind sometimes, Liam, but you're a much nicer person than she is. I don't think being with Savannah is good for you. I blinked hard. Was my baby sister lecturing me? This was so unexpected. I almost laughed. Just because she was dating Mr. Swoony, her words, not mine. She thought she knew better than me. Sure, I liked Seth and thought he was a huge improvement over Hannah's ex. But their new relationship hardly made her an expert on dating. I'm handling the situation. As soon as Savannah's mom is better, I'll cut the strings. How long do you plan on waiting? I'm not sure. I released a heavy breath, feeling like my hands were tied. My gaze flicked to Ava's for a quick second. Her expression was so serious. I wondered what she was thinking about. Hannah shook her head like I was a poor, unfortunate soul. I didn't disagree. I didn't know how much longer I could put up with Savannah. My heart was so torn. The girl I really wanted to date was literally within arm's reach, yet so off limits. My sister gave me a look of pity. I hope next time you pick a girl with a heart, you shouldn't only go for someone with a pretty face and a nice body. I frowned. Thanks for calling me shallow. You said it, not me. Hannah smirked, sounding more like herself again. She glanced out her window as a tall figure approached. Oh, Seth's here. We better go, Aves. Ava made a move to get out, then paused. You go ahead, I'll catch up. Hannah gave us a weird look before leaving. Soon, it was just me and Ava, walking toward campus together. It was our first time alone since I nearly kissed her, but strangely enough, it wasn't weird at all. There was a comfortable silence between us, the kind that existed between two people who didn't have to prove anything to the other. That's what I liked about being with Ava. I could be myself, not the son of a disgraced CFO or a high school senior who no longer had a bright future ahead of him. I was just a guy, cool enough to have the cutest girl at Edenvale staring up at him with admiration in her eyes. For the record, I don't think you're shallow, Ava declared with a kind smile. Thank you. I might have sounded a little too proud, but it felt nice to be validated. Can you please tell Hannah that? She laughed. Well, before you let what I said get to your head, you should hear me out. I'm listening. I do agree with Hannah about you doing better than Savannah. My brows rose. Was Ava saying this because she wanted to date me? I don't disagree with that. Her expression grew thoughtful. So, what happens if her mom doesn't get better anytime soon, or, she winced, at all? Are you going to date Savannah forever? Is it right to stay in a relationship out of pity? Wow, you don't mess around. There was something about Ava that seemed so much more mature than her 15 years. I suppose with everything she'd been through in her life, she had gained some wisdom. When you put it that way, the answer's pretty clear. Yeah. I swallowed hard, knowing what I had to do. Thanks for making me think. Anytime. Thanks for picking me up today. You're a lifesaver. Anytime, I quipped, bringing a smile to her face again. I truly loved it when Ava smiled, especially when I was the one who brought it about. I've been thinking, if I don't go to college, I can always be an Uber driver. I've got more than enough experience chauffeuring you guys around. Ava huffed, taking my joke a lot more seriously than I intended. You better not, William Mitchell. What about design school? There's no way I can afford it right now. Maybe in a few years after I save up some money. Life's too short to not go after your dreams, Liam. She looked like she wanted to say more, but ended up leaving it at that. We'd been walking in sync for minutes now, when the ground beneath our feet changed from asphalt to concrete. My arms brushed against hers. Even through the fabric of my jean jacket, I sensed her warmth. I noticed Ava didn't move away from me, which made me so happy. My head spun. It was a weird sensation, like I was dreaming. If this was a dream, I hoped it would never end. We walked through the doors of the main 2-story building and came to a stop. This is cool. Ava cocked her head to the left as she studied the large bulletin board hanging in front of us. I never paid attention to it before. Bold black letters were stapled to the top, declaring, "The road to your future begins today." Along the bottom were more words: opportunities, goal setting, and effort. I'd never thought much about the message before, but it really applied to my life today. I had a feeling my future was about to change, in a good way. It is cool. It gives you a lot of hope. As we stood there side by side, our hands accidentally brushed each other's. A zap of electricity prickled my skin as Ava turned to me. Her lips parted in surprise. I was sure she'd felt it too. When we parted ways for class, she gave me one last look. Her eyes held so many questions, the same ones I had. What did that spark mean, and what were we supposed to do about the obvious connection between us? Chapter 13. Ava. I was never, ever going to wash my right hand again, like ever. I could not believe what had just happened, but there was still a faint, warm sensation near my pinky, where Liam's hand had touched mine. Yes, it had been an accident, but the reaction had been real. We'd both felt a spark. Even still, I really needed to stop gawking at my hand. It had been okay to do that all morning during my classes, but Hannah and Seth would probably be weirded out if I sat through lunch like this. Want some? Hannah set a bag of chocolate chip cookies between us on the wooden bench. Graham and I made them last night. I leaned over to give my bestie a squeeze. Thanks, Han. You know how much I love homemade cookies. This makes my sweet tooth so happy. It'll be even happier after school when we get froyo. Speaking of, she nudged Seth, who was sitting on the other side of her. What does Nolan like to talk about? We should prep Ava for her date. Double date. I quickly corrected her and took a bite of a cookie. You guys aren't going to ditch me and go off on your own, are you? No way. Seth shook his head firmly as he took a long drink from his stainless steel water bottle. Nolan would freak out if we did that. I wouldn't want to lose his trust again, like I did after my whole secret identity thing. He didn't talk to me for a whole week when that went down. I nodded, both relieved and surprised. I'd had no idea Nolan had had a problem with Seth lying about being related to Edenvale's founders. The rest of the school had thought it was cool that Seth's aunt and uncle were A-list celebrities. That made him cool by association. I definitely loved knowing there were only 2 degrees of separation between me and Hollywood celebrities. What kid wouldn't? I hoped this wasn't a sign that our double date was going to be a drag, because honestly, the thought of hanging out with any boy who wasn't Liam Mitchell sounded like a drag. Were you serious about practicing during the date? Seth asked, squinting against the midday sunshine to look at us. I'll remind Nolan to bring his guitar. Hannah gasped in excitement. The cute treble clef earrings Seth had gotten her for their 1-month anniversary, so sweet, I know, swung around her ears as she nodded. Oh, yes, we can get our froyo to go and hang out in the park across the street. What do you think, Aves? Sure. I nodded mindlessly, not caring one way or the other what we did later. My attention was fixed solely on the tall senior who just entered the courtyard. With dark jeans, a white t-shirt, and a jean jacket on, plus that cute swagger in his step, Liam was without a doubt the hottest guy in Edenvale. And he liked me. At least, I think he did. I really didn't want to assume anything, especially with Savannah latched onto his arm like a leech. From the sour expression on his face, it looked like she was sucking all the life from him. I shuddered, remembering their kiss in the car. I really hoped Liam would break up with her soon, not because I liked him, but more for his own sake. Like Hannah said, Liam and Savannah didn't bring out the best in each other. But us? I believed with my whole heart that Liam and I could be good together. When that would happen, I didn't know. But just thinking about it gave me so many good tingles throughout my whole body. Tingles that intensified a few hours later when I was squished into the back seat of Liam's car and he winked at me. It was a quick wink in the rearview mirror, our gazes locked as we waited at a stoplight. Hannah and Seth, sitting beside me, were so busy taking a selfie together that they didn't even notice. And Nolan, with his brown, shaggy hair falling into his eyes, sat in the front passenger seat, completely glued to his phone. That left me and Liam making faces at each other to see who could get the other person to smile first. He was surprisingly good at keeping a straight face while wiggling his eyebrows up and down, one by one. I was so jealous, I could never raise mine separately. But I was a pro at slow-mo winks. I'd seen enough Ryan Gosling gifs to know how to work my magic. First, I curved my lips into an innocent smile. Then, tilting my head to the side, I channeled all my inner diva-ness into a sweet and sassy wink, emphasis on sassy. Liam's jaw dropped. For a second, it looked like he was running out of air because his cheeks turned red. He quickly recovered, though, and closed his mouth, shaking his head as if in disbelief. Then he bit his lower lip in such a sexy way, I nearly lost it. My own face heated, and I averted my eyes, totally embarrassed. That's when the car behind us honked, and Liam floored the gas to cross the intersection as the light turned yellow. A strangled scream flew out of Nolan's mouth as he held on tight to the handle above his window. Whoa, take it easy. We don't need froyo that bad. I'd like to stay alive long enough to go to winter formal. Sorry about that, man. I suddenly got a craving for something cold. Liam smirked, catching my eye in the rearview mirror. It must be all the body heat in here. I scoffed quietly at Liam's joke, then decided to spend the rest of the drive looking out the window instead of at him. It was in everyone's interest to make it to our destination in one piece, but more importantly, I needed to get through the next hour so I could show Hannah and Seth how incompatible Nolan and I were, because I was even more sure now of how awesome Liam and I'd be as a couple. It didn't take much convincing on my part, really. Nolan did all the convincing for me. After he and I, and Hannah and Seth, got our froyos, we sat at a picnic table at the park. It was fairly quiet, with only a couple of kids at the playground to our right. Liam sat about 10 feet to our left, at his own table, looking as out of place and uncomfortable as you'd expect a fifth wheel to look. But still, oh so cute. Even though Nolan had been such a gentleman about paying for me, he was so completely caught up in a girl named Mimi. She was all he talked about. I can't believe Mimi's still emailing Sean, the guy she met in design class over the summer. I thought it was a temporary thing. Hannah and Seth exchanged a cringy look, while I bit back a smile. Nolan was almost making this too easy. I made a sympathetic sound as I swallowed a bite of my cookies and cream froyo. So, this guy, Sean, he goes to another school? Yeah, over in Menlo Park. He's a junior and has his own car. I keep wondering if he's going to come visit Mimi. Seth cleared his throat. Speaking of summer, Nolan, you should play Ava that song you learned. The one that you said took you 2 months to get right. Nolan's eyes brightened for a second. More than words. Yeah, that's the one. Hannah jumped in. That's such a romantic song. Ava and I have sung it together before. Oh, the one by Extreme? It's so pretty, I agreed. It's cool you know how to play it, Nolan. It's one of Mimi's favorites. That's why I learned it. Nolan sighed, then jabbed his spoon into his froyo cup. Even with a frown, he had a nice-looking face, with warm brown eyes and thick, long lashes that most girls would kill for. I love it when she sings while I play. It's almost like she's singing the words to me. Nolan gazed off into the distance, while the rest of us stayed quiet. I think Hannah and Seth were too shocked to say anything, and my mouth was too full. I saw Liam glance over at our table, a smirk playing on his lips. When our eyes met, he winked. My body warmed so much, I stuffed another spoonful of froyo into my mouth to keep from combusting. This is a lost cause, isn't it? Nolan lamented when he finally snapped out of his daydreaming. Mimi's never going to see me as more than her best friend. I started to nod because it really was a hopeless case, from what I could tell. But then I got the most brilliant idea. If anyone needed an intervention, it was Nolan, and I was going to give it to him, gently but honestly. No way, Nolan. There's still hope. Life's too short to give up this easily. I paused, waiting for him to look up. Once I got his attention, I continued. Think about it. You're the one she sees every day. The other guy's like a figment of her imagination, someone she thinks she knows. But you're the real deal. Just the fact that she's confiding in you means she trusts you and feels comfortable around you. You just have to show her that you can be as romantic and cool as she thinks the other guy is. Nolan's eyes lit up, like someone had literally turned on the lights inside his head. His whole posture changed as well. He practically grew 2 inches as he sat up straighter. You're right, Ava. I'm gonna do it. I'll show Mimi just how romantic and cool I am, because, he grinned, I totally am. By now, Hannah and Seth were both staring at me and Nolan from across the table, frozen and unblinking. I smiled at them and shrugged. This double date wasn't turning out how they'd hoped, but it wasn't my fault. I'd kept up my end of the deal by coming. I might have even done them a favor by giving Nolan advice. Next time, they could hopefully double date with Nolan and Mimi. I really hoped his friend would pick up on his feelings for her and give him a chance, 'cause he really, really liked her. I finished the last bit of my froyo, saving the toppings for last. It was a habit I'd gotten into when I was younger. My parents taught me to save the best for last. That way, I'd always have something to look forward to. At this moment, though, the only thing I anticipated was spending more one-on-one time with Liam, and most of all, figuring out what all the swoon-worthy looks he'd been giving me meant. Chapter 14. Liam. I had a plan, a strategic one. Toward the end of the double date, which Ava had turned into some kind of therapy session for Nolan, not that I'd been eavesdropping. Okay, I had. I excused myself. I threw away my empty froyo cup and returned to my car that was parked across the street from the playground. My mission was to call Savannah, because today was the day I'd break up with her. I had to. It wasn't fair to drag things out longer with whatever was going on between Ava and me, because there was definitely something going on between us. I sure hoped Ava didn't go around winking at other guys the way she'd winked at me. She totally surprised me with that move. I'm not sure my heart had recovered from it yet. One minute she seemed like a young and innocent 15-year-old. The next, she was showing me glimpses of this mature, sexy side that I didn't know existed. What I did know was that there was so much about Ava Alverson that intrigued me.
She wasn't like any girl I'd ever dated or even known before, and that made her special. I was determined to do things right from the start, including something I hated, being the dumper. After wiping my damp palms on my jeans, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed Savannah's number. Resting my hand on the dashboard, I held the phone up to eye level. I would have preferred to talk to her in person, but I couldn't wait any longer. A video call would have to do. There was no easy way about this, except to be honest and kind and hope for the best. Savannah's face appeared on the screen, the bright red color of her lipstick popping. A relieved look crossed her face when she saw me. "Babe, did you miss me? I've been waiting for you to call. I can't believe you have to play chauffeur for your sister and her friends. Haven't they heard of an Uber?" I winced. This was one of those moments that had me questioning my life choices. What had I ever seen in Savannah? How could I have been so desperate for acceptance that I overlooked her whiny and demanding voice? "Savannah, we need to talk." "I know, right? We still haven't decided on our outfits for next week. I was thinking for iconic duo day, we could be Ariel and Prince Eric. And for twin day, we could both wear—" "Savannah, please listen to me. I didn't call to talk about Spirit Week. I have something important to talk to you about." Her eyes narrowed as she finally stopped checking herself out in the phone screen and focused on me. "What is it?" "It's us. I'm not the right guy for you. We're too different, Savannah. You're into acting and Hollywood, and I like staying behind the scenes. Us being together doesn't make sense anymore." I swallowed, hard, and waited for a response. It was hard to tell from Savannah's face what she was thinking, because for once, she was silent. She seemed to be processing my words gradually, though. Her expression changed bit by bit, first with her brows as she drew them together. Then her mouth fell open in shock, and she started shaking her head. Lastly, a big crocodile tear fell from one eye, down her pale cheek, and landed on the corner of her mouth. That's when her composure crumbled, and she pretty much lost it. "Are you seriously breaking up with me?" I could only nod as I muttered a soft, "I'm sorry, Savannah. It's me, not you." I don't know why I added in such a stupid line, except that it sounded like a good thing to say. "How can you do this to me when you know my mom is sick? I'm barely keeping it together, Liam, and now you go and throw this at me? What kind of person are you?" "Obviously, a terrible one," I answered in my head. It didn't matter what I said, though, at this point, because Savannah wasn't hearing any of it. Her tears were falling fast and furious now, and the pit in my stomach was growing heavier. "I know this isn't the best timing. I apologize for that. But I hope you'll realize that there's another guy out there for you, someone you'll be able to relate to better than I can, someone who'll make you happy." "But being with you makes me happy. We're the hottest looking couple in our class. Maybe even the whole school. Are you going to throw all that away?" I bit my lip to keep from scoffing. That was her reason for being with me? If so, it was even more proof that we weren't compatible. "I'll take my chances, but honestly, Savannah, there's more to a relationship than how you look with the other person. It should be about compromise and helping each other and bringing out the best in the other person. Don't you want that with the person you date?" Her words were coming out in chunks now, as she started full-on ugly crying. "Of course I do. That's why I want to be with you. You're the only person who's been there for me when my mom got sick. How am I supposed to get through this without you?" Guilt weighed down on my shoulders like a cement block. I hated knowing I was the reason why Savannah looked like a mascara commercial gone wrong. She resembled a sad raccoon, with black circles under her puffy eyes. I had no idea what to say to make her feel better, but I knew I had to say something, anything. So in my desperation, I asked, "Is there anything I can do to make this easier for you?" Savannah immediately calmed down. She stopped crying and stared straight into the camera lens. "Yes, there is something. Part of me cringed as alarms went off in my head. What could she possibly want from me? Yes? She sniffled and wiped her tears from her cheeks. At least let me have a good spirit week. Just one more week, Liam. This was a weird request. You want us to date one more week? My mom's been looking forward to seeing us dress up. It'll make her happy. Please, can you do this one thing for me, for her? Oh, man. If Savannah didn't make it as an actress, she could probably go into law. The way she was pleading her case had me caving fast. How could I deny her request? I'd have to be heartless to do so. I took a deep breath. Yes, this would put a definite kink into my plans, but it was only 1 week, 7 more days, and I would be a free man. Okay, I'll do it. She squealed and blew me a kiss. Thank you, babe. You're the best. Hold up, Savannah. I was going along with her plan, but I'd need to set some ground rules. I'll dress up for Spirit Week with you, but we're still broken up. As of right now, we're no longer dating. Is that clear? Her mouth puckered into a pout. But, Liam, my mom will want to see pictures of us, and she'll expect us to act like a couple, so we'll need to do coupley things. I sighed. Okay, we'll look like a couple for the pictures. We have to sit together at the assemblies, too. All my friends expect us to show up together. Please? Fine. But other than that, we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. I softened my tone as I added, It's for the best, Savannah. I hope you understand. She bristled, obviously not pleased about the situation, but she nodded reluctantly. Then she said something that totally threw me off. There's someone else, isn't there? Huh? I tried to play dumb, but I was nowhere as good of an actor as Savannah was. What are you talking about? Your sister's little friend, Anna, right? I see the way she looks at you. Her name's Ava. I paused, unsure of how much to say, but I was too curious now. What do you mean, the way she looks at me? Like you're the hunk in a rom-com, and she's the frumpy girl who's in love with you, but doesn't stand a chance. It's so obvious she wishes she were me. I bit back a laugh. If Savannah knew Ava as well as I did, she'd wish she could be her. It was no use arguing with Savannah, though. This isn't about Ava. It's about us not being good together. Savannah gave me a whatever look as she rolled her eyes. Sure, if you say so. I do, I replied, not backing down. I didn't care what Savannah thought. Well, except for the part about her saying that Ava liked me too. And now that Savannah and I were officially over, I could find out for sure whether there was a future for Ava and me. Chapter 15. Ava. I loved Hannah, but I legit thought she was out of her mind. During our table date, she pulled me aside to sit on the swings while Nolan and Seth hung out at the picnic table, probably to escape being a fifth wheel. While we pumped our legs up and down, Hannah started selling me on the idea of going out with Nolan again. Isn't Nolan sweet? Hannah's red hair whipped around her face as she swung back and forth. I think you guys get along so well. We should totally double date again. I tucked my own hair behind my ears to keep it from flying into my mouth, which had just dropped wide open. Han, he's hung up on another girl. Didn't you hear him talking about her the whole time we were eating froyo? But you guys had a connection. He really liked the advice you gave him, which, to be honest, was a little too helpful. It's like you want him to date Mimi instead of you. That's because I do. And he does, too. I rolled my eyes. He's not interested in me, which is totally fine. You can stop trying so hard to get us together. Hannah sighed, then slowed her swinging until her feet touched the ground. I came to a stop too and shifted in my swing to face her. Her brows furrowed as she got a really intense look about her. I'm worried about you, Ava. Worried? Different emotions flickered across her face, but the one that stood out the most was pity, which didn't make sense to me. I had no idea what was going on inside her brain, and it was making me worried. What for? She took a deep breath as she played with the hem of her blue sweater. I know we haven't been spending as much time together since I started dating Seth, and I feel really bad about that. I didn't mean to neglect our friendship. I'm so sorry. Hey, it's okay. I get it. You're in a new relationship, so it makes sense that you'd want to spend every waking minute with your boyfriend. I'd be worried if you didn't. Hannah smiled gratefully. Thanks, Aves, for understanding. You're the best. But she let out a heavy sigh. I should have realized you'd be lonely. I just didn't think you'd be desperate. Huh? I was super confused now, especially when Hannah turned to glance across the street. I followed her gaze and saw it land on Liam's car that was parked next to the Froyo shop. From where we sat, I could make out his profile in the driver's seat where he was talking on the phone. Hannah looked back at me, her blue eyes darkening with concern. I dug my sneakers into the sand underneath my feet and leaned toward her. What are you talking about? Seth noticed it first, and when he told me, I didn't believe him. But I've been noticing little signs lately, here and there, and I think he might be right. Okay, Hannah, you're officially freaking me out now. I was holding onto the swing's metal chains so tightly they were now warm from my touch. Can you please tell me what's going on? She winced, then softly declared, You like Liam. Ew, what? No, I don't. I made a face, like she'd just said anchovies should be a new froyo topping. My voice was equal parts disgusted and shocked, and definitely more of the latter. How in the world had Seth picked up on how I felt about Liam? And more importantly, why was Hannah so upset that I might like her brother? Her reaction made me feel like I should hide my true feelings even more. So I quickly shook my head and threw my hands in the air. Me and Liam? That would be uber weird. He's like my disgusting older brother. He burps in front of me and eats food off my plate, and he has a girlfriend. I would never be interested in a guy who's in a relationship. That's just wrong. Hannah's expression softened. That's exactly what I told Seth, but he kept insisting he wasn't making this up. Maybe he's been reading too many of his dad's stories lately, and it's making him see things that aren't there. I forced out a laugh. That's gotta be it. His dad does write some awesome romance books. I'm so relieved, Aves. I love my brother and all, but you deserve a lot better than him. He can be such an idiot sometimes. That's why I got so upset at him the other day when he didn't defend you in front of Savannah. He's not mature enough for you. Hearing my bestie come to my defense made me so happy, yet conflicted. I appreciated Hannah watching out for me, but she sounded like she really didn't like the idea of me and Liam together. Not that there was any possibility of that happening when he had a girlfriend, but still. He wasn't the bad guy Hannah was making him out to be. He might not have the best taste in girls. I still didn't understand why he started dating Savannah, but he did have a good heart. He cared about people's feelings, and he didn't hesitate to help his friends and family out. The Liam I knew was sweet and funny and loyal. Hannah, of all people, had to know that. He's not that bad. I couldn't believe I had to defend Liam to his own sister, but I was going to do just that. It was only fair since he couldn't do it himself. I know Liam gives you a hard time sometimes, but isn't that what big brothers do? He's a pain in the behind because he cares. Look how he went out of his way today to drive us. That was really cool of him. Hannah smirked. I'm sure he only offered so he could keep an eye on me and Seth. It's unbelievable how overprotective he is. He's worse than our mom. Okay, I couldn't disagree with her. Liam could be intimidating, but I also knew he really loved his family. He did what he could to pay the bills and he helped out at home. I didn't care what Hannah said. I thought he was awesome, that he cleaned up after meals and washed the dishes. I even caught him scrubbing the toilet once. Maybe I'm weird, but I thought that was super sexy. Other than my dad, I didn't know any other guy, young or old, who helped out around the house. It was things like that had made me notice Liam and fall for him, beside the fact that I could easily get lost in his beautiful blue eyes. I realized Hannah was staring at me, waiting for me to say something. I blinked and gave her a sheepish smile. Sorry, I must be crashing from the sugar high and zoned out. I get how frustrated you are, but I know Liam really cares about you. You don't know how lucky you are, Han. I wish I had an older brother to watch out for me. Well, you are more than welcome to share mine. We're practically sisters anyway, so it's the least you can do to take some of his attention off me, Hannah added with a grin. I nodded eagerly and reached my hand out for hers. The tension in my body melted away now that our conversation was taking on a lighter tone. I hated not having Hannah's support. She was pretty much the only almost family that I had around. I'd never want anything to come between us, especially not a boy, even if that boy was Liam. A shadow loomed in the distance, and I looked over to see Liam heading our way. He waved, and I waved back, trying to keep my heart from going into overdrive. I couldn't help the smile curving my lips. Hannah noticed him coming too, but her reaction was a lot tamer. Hey, you guys, ready to go? Liam reached the swing set and stood in front of us, his hands on his hips. He nudged Hannah's foot with his own. I've got something I need to do near Ava's place, so I'll take Nolan, Seth, and you home first. Hannah blinked in surprise. Sure, that works. Sounds good, I agreed, as nonchalantly as possible, even though my stomach was doing crazy twists and turns. It was so hard to stay calm when Liam was giving me the biggest grin. The corners of his eyes actually crinkled. There was a sparkle in his eyes that I'd never seen before. He looked relieved, like a load had been lifted from his shoulders. You seem happy, Liam. You have no idea. His answer made me curious, but I was too preoccupied to think too much about it. Honestly, Liam had no idea how deliriously happy I was. Soon, I'd have the chance to spend more one-on-one time with him. I couldn't wait. Chapter 16. Liam. Almost an hour later, I was finally done in the car with the girl of my dreams. Ava sat in the passenger seat, with her elbow leaning on the center console. She'd been quietly staring out her window for the past 5 minutes as we drove along the streets of San Jose. It would have been faster to hop onto the freeway, but I figured this would give us more time to talk. There was a lot we needed to clear up about what was going on between us. It was taking every bit of my self-control to not reach over and hold Ava's hand, or even a pinky. I'd be happy with any form of touch right now. Being near her gave me a high like nothing I'd ever experienced. Not even the excitement of finding the perfect font to go with a graphic came close. I took a deep breath, feeling like it was now or never. Maybe hanging around drama majors had gotten me feeling dramatic as well. But, like Ava always said, life was too short. Things could change in the blink of an eye. I knew that too well. One day, my family had been normal. We had more than enough. My parents were happy, and my future was filled with possibility. The next day, a judge decided my dad's involvement in something he thought was just business got him thrown in jail. Yep, there was so much out of my control. But this thing with Ava, that was something I had a say over. I just had to get the conversation started. I gave her elbow a nudge. So, how's songwriting going? Have you written anything new? She turned toward me and nodded. Actually, I have. I've been working nonstop on it the past few days. I love it when a song just falls into place. It's like the lyrics pour out of me without trying. That sounds awesome. I paused as a thought came to me. Why don't you and Hannah sing your song for the contest? I bet Taylor Swift would appreciate that, since she's a songwriter too. She probably would, but Ava hesitated. It's not ready yet. I haven't even told Hannah that I write my own songs. And anyway, she came up with a song for us to use, so we're all set. Ava sounded really firm in her decision, so I decided not to push it. What she and Hannah did was between them. I just hoped she knew how talented she was, and not to sell herself short to please someone else. I wish I was half as talented as you are. I don't have a musical bone in my body. Hannah says I sound like a dying goat when I sing. Ava wrinkled her nose. Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's pretty bad. Her goat imitation had me smirking. I clutched my chest, pretending her words wounded me. That's just mean. You just haven't heard me sing in the shower. I sound 10 times better in there. You keep telling yourself that. She gave my arm a pity pat before she burst out laughing. I'm kidding. You're not that bad. I've heard worse. My Aunt Tina has the nicest speaking voice, but I have to hold my phone a foot away from my ear when she sings happy birthday. You, on the other hand, I don't mind being in the same room as you when you sing. I scoffed. You sure know how to make a guy feel good about himself. I'm just helping to keep your ego in check. You can't have it all. Good looks, brains, and a great singing voice? Something's gotta give. My ears perked up. I flashed Ava a cheeky smile, making her blush. I loved the effect I had on her. So you admit I'm good looking? She groaned. You are so full of yourself. Don't deny it. I see those cheeks of yours. I can tell exactly how you feel by what color they are. Her hands flew up to her face, alternating between covering her red cheeks and fanning them. She groaned again, this time louder. Arr! These cheeks are my downfall. I can't, for the life of me, ever get away with lying. Hey, don't do that. I like seeing them. We were stopped at a light now, so I reached over and took one of her hands. Her skin was soft and warm, heating my own like a small flame. She looked at me, with the same questioning glance as this morning when our hands had accidentally brushed each other's. I wanted so badly to extinguish the doubt in her eyes. I like seeing you. You're beautiful. She drew in a sharp breath, then licked her lips. You don't have to say that. No one's making me. I mean it. The cars in front of us moved forward as the light changed. Frowning, I forced my gaze back onto the road. This was no way to have a conversation. I needed to stop the car and have a talk with Ava face to face. I'm going to pull over for a sec. Ava didn't answer, but she still let me hold her hand. It rested firmly in my grasp, giving me a sense of comfort and peace. Even still, my stomach felt unsettled and queasy, like it had on my first day at Edenvale. This was different, though. I shouldn't have felt nervous. Ava and I were friends. We made each other laugh, and there were actual sparks of electricity when we touched. Craziness, right? If that wasn't a sign that we'd be okay, I didn't know what was. I made a right onto the next street, which was about a block from her place. Using my free hand, I parked and turned off the engine. I twisted in my seat to give her my full attention. Boy, was I happy to. This was a scene I didn't want to miss. The setting sun shone through the window behind Ava, creating a warm glow around her head. Her cheeks were still pink, and so were her lips, especially the bottom one that she kept chewing on. I reached out to cup her face, gently running the pad of my thumb along her skin. Hey, it's me. You don't have to be nervous. Ava laughed, the sound hollow. Who said I was nervous? Just because my bestie's older brother, who's only treated me like an annoying little sister the whole time I've known him, is holding my hand and my face? Her nose crinkled adorably as she squeezed her eyes shut. OMG, please tell me I didn't say all that out loud. Nope, you didn't. I didn't hear a single word of how nervous you feel about me touching you. I couldn't help teasing Ava. I enjoyed seeing her reaction too much, especially when she was now staring at me with her big brown eyes narrowed in disapproval. Sorry, you're just too cute, but I can stop touching you, if that'll make you feel better. Her brows drew together when I dropped my hand from her face. I didn't say I don't want you to touch me, just that you touching me is weird, but weird in a good way. Thanks. Was there even such a thing as a good weird? To be honest, though, there was nothing ordinary about falling for your little sister's best friend. But Ava wasn't ordinary. She was spectacular, and she deserved the best. I was going to give her the best, starting now. You know what? Let's try this again. I know this is probably not the smoothest way for me to be doing this, but you told me the other day that life's too short to not go after your dreams, so here I go. I broke up with Savannah. Her eyes lit up with understanding. That's why you looked so happy. I am. I'm happy and relieved, but also kinda anxious. Why are you anxious? Remember how I told you I was interested in someone else? I cleared my throat. That someone else is you. You're the only girl I dream about, Ava. I've been wanting to tell you that for a long time now. I clamped my mouth shut, hoping I hadn't just made a fool of myself. For what seemed like an eternity, Ava stared at me, unblinking. I can't believe this is happening. I think I'm either going to faint or die of happiness because you're the only boy I dream about, too. My stomach dipped. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Ava gave me a sweet smile. The way she looked at me made me feel like the luckiest guy on the planet. OMG, this is the most epic day of my life. Me too. I leaned over and wrapped her up in my arms, inhaling the fruity scent of her shampoo. It felt so good and right to be holding her. She rested her head on my shoulder and sighed happily. After we stayed like that for a minute, she pulled back and met my gaze. So what now? I released a deep breath. Well, a wise girl told me I should stock up on ice cream and watch Pride and Prejudice on repeat for the next 2 months before I can date the girl of my dreams. Ava's eyes widened. To be fair, she had no idea who you were talking about when she gave you that advice. So she'd be okay if I asked her out sooner? She nodded eagerly, her head resembling a bobblehead's. Most definitely. Awesome. I grinned, feeling relieved and ecstatic until I remembered the kink in my plan. There's just one problem. Savannah asked me to hold off on the official breakup until the end of Spirit Week. For her mom's sake. I just need to do this one last thing for her. Then we'll wait for the dust to settle before going public. I don't want anyone thinking this is a rebound thing for me because that's the last thing you could ever be. You know that, right? I know. I want to tell Hannah too before anyone finds out. I'm not sure how she'll react though. She'll be fine. What's not to like about us dating? We can go on double dates with her and Seth. Ava still looked worried, but she nodded. That would be cool. But this, you and me, might take some getting used to. So we should probably ease into it. I don't want to make things complicated before they start. The reservation in her voice made me pause. Sometimes I forgot Ava was 2 years younger than me, and that this was her first relationship. No wonder she seemed hesitant, even though every part of me wanted to take our friendship to the next level. I decided to put on the brakes a little. I agree. We'll take things slow. My gaze fell to her perfect mouth, but I leaned close and pressed my lips to her forehead instead. This kiss was nothing like the one I really wanted to give her, but I hoped it was enough for now. Ava beamed. Thank you, Liam. Both of us were on cloud 9 the rest of the drive to her place. We held hands, then I gave her another kiss, this time on the cheek, before she got out of my car. Before she walked into her house, she turned and waved. giving me one last look at the girl who made my heart soar.
Chapter 17. Ava. I felt like I was walking on air. My feet were so light. I pretty much floated into the house, then turned and peeked outside one more time. Liam's car was still sitting idle at the curb. He flashed the headlights once before pulling away. I shut the door and leaned back against it for support. My knees were wobbly, and my limbs so jello-like, I thought I'd melt into a puddle on the linoleum floor. If this was what it meant to be lovesick, I was going to need a pair of crutches to get around. But seriously, this was the best feeling in the world. Better than a lifetime supply of boba tea or froyo piled a mile high with gummy bears. Even better than the thought of getting to sing with Tay-Tay. Liam Mitchell wanted to date me. Me! Whose life was I living? My insides still fluttering, I pushed myself upright and waited a second to make sure I was stable enough to walk. The living room was nearly dark, so it wouldn't be hard for me to stub my toe or fall flat on my face. I wondered if the Johnsons had turned in for the night already, or if they were watching TV in their room. It was eerily quiet for a house that used to be filled with kids. Taking small, slow steps, I made my way to the kitchen in search of some dinner. Once I got there, I flipped a switch on the wall, flooding the space with a yellow glow from the light box above. I opened the fridge door that was covered with alphabet magnets and immediately cringed. Despite most of the shelves being empty, a strong stench like rotten eggs filled my nose. I held my breath and quickly shut the door. So much for hoping that someone had gone to the store. Gulp. Oh man, I couldn't believe it. I'd totally and completely forgotten to pick up groceries today. I guess lovesickness messed with your memory too. I quickly dug my phone out from my jacket pocket and called Liam. Maybe he hadn't gone too far yet. He picked up on the first ring. Hey, is everything okay? I lowered my voice to barely above a whisper. Hi. Yeah. I mean, no. I forgot to pick up some stuff for the Johnsons from the store. Do you think you can go for me? Yeah, no problem. Just text me what you need. I'm heading to Trader Joe's right now. Thank you, Liam. You're a lifesaver. After hanging up, I sent him a list. Then I spent the next 20 minutes waiting for Liam to arrive. I snuck outside to meet him across the street. I figured it would be safer than having him come to the door, or worse, inside the house. I'd more than likely get grounded if Mr. Johnson saw someone with a Y chromosome anywhere near me. Liam's driver's side window was rolled down all the way. He stuck his hands out, offering a small paper bag to me, along with a flirty smile. He raised his brows up and down. Miss me already? If I wasn't scared that Mr. Johnson would see Liam, I would have said something flirty back, but all I did was flash him a grateful smile and hand him the cash that Mr. Johnson had given me. You're a total lifesaver. Is that enough money? Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Thanks so much, Liam. His lower lip jutted out when I stepped back from his car. He was so adorable when he pouted. Can't you stay longer? We could hang out in my car and look at the stars. I glanced up at the sky now, streaked with pink and orange hues. Even if the stars appeared right now, I couldn't risk being seen with Liam. Sorry, I can't. I probably should have told you that I'm not exactly allowed to date. Mr. Johnson would freak if he saw me out here with you. Liam's expression grew intense. Can he do that? Prevent you from dating? I nodded reluctantly. I'm living under his roof, so yeah. He sets the rules. I snuck a glance back at the house to see if anyone was looking out the master bedroom window. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I saw the curtain move. It was too risky to stay outside. I turned back to Liam, eager to say goodbye. We'll just have to sneak around. It's not a big deal. We're already keeping things on the DL anyway.
But that's temporary.
I know, but still, I gotta go. Thanks again, Liam. You're the best.
No big deal. I'm glad you called me. It gave me a reason to see you again.
His voice was so tender and heartfelt, I got goosebumps all over my arms. Boy, I could get used to this. I'm glad too.
I don't know how I'm going to wait 2 whole days to see you again.
We can video chat when you're not working this weekend. Liam's blue eyes suddenly brightened.
I have an even better idea. Why don't you come to the bookstore with me? You can bring your homework. It'll be like going to the library, but better, 'cause I'll be there.
I couldn't help rolling my eyes, even if his plan did sound pretty awesome. Okay, you've convinced me. I'll bring my song to work on.
Does that mean I'll get to hear it?
Maybe, if you're nice.
I can be nice. I can be nicer than nice. Angelic, even.
He winked, making my entire body heat up. I should have been shivering now that the sun had set, but there wasn't a chill in my bones. That's what one look from Liam did to me. He gave me another flirty smile.
I'll pick you up at 9:30. My shift starts at 10.
I can take the bus.
No girl of mine is taking the bus. Not when I can drive her.
I blinked, not believing my ears. Did he just call me his girl? Well then, okay, if you're sure it's not too much trouble.
It's no trouble at all if I get to hold your hand all the way there and back.
I couldn't stop smiling after that comment. Wow, he was good. Fine. Pick me up at the bus stop, down the block. Night, Liam. As I turned to head back, Liam called out to me,
Night, beautiful. See you tomorrow.
I waved, then jogged across the quiet street. The smile on my face didn't waver for a second. I was floating again as I entered the house, but I forced myself to move quickly and not get caught up daydreaming again. I couldn't wait to put the food away and text Liam. I was so happy. I skipped my way past the living room. Relief flooded my heart, not only from seeing Liam, but also because I knew I wouldn't be disappointing Mr. Johnson. I had to be on my best behavior if I wanted to stick around. The house was still quiet, so the last thing I expected was to see Mr. Johnson standing in the doorway of the kitchen. My heart jumped into my throat, and I yelped. I almost tripped over my feet as I came face to face with him. Or rather, face to torso, since Mr. Johnson was a foot taller than me. Mr. Johnson!
You just get in? I thought I heard the door open earlier.
I just walked in. It wasn't a complete lie, but my heart still hammered in my chest. I wasn't good at telling half-truths either. I got you the stuff you wanted. Still wearing his robe and a pair of plaid pajama bottoms, Mr. Johnson's dark eyes brightened just a tad when he saw the grocery bag. He motioned for me to hand it over, then began rummaging through it. A hint of a smile appeared when he took out a colorful canister of coffee beans and set it on the counter. He grunted. That was his way of saying thanks, then reached into the bag again.
What's this? You bought candy with the money I gave you?
What? I had no idea what Mr. Johnson was talking about until I saw him pull out what looked like a bar of chocolate. It was wrapped in a light blue box with cartoon pictures of bears, gummy bears to be exact, on the front. Liam must have gotten it for me, even paid for it. It wasn't much, but I knew how tight money was for him. I was so touched. I almost couldn't speak. But I realized Mr. Johnson was still staring down at me, like the abominable snowman, waiting for an answer. I gave him a sheepish smile and started blabbing. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I didn't ask first. It's just that gummy bears are my favorite, and it looked so good, and the lady at the register said they were to die for. So I had to get them. I shut up, my cheeks feeling like they had a third-degree sunburn. Even though my heart was nearly jumping out of my chest, I sounded as calm as if I were going over math equations, not saying whatever popped into my head. He eyed me, then set the candy and bag on the counter.
You need to check with me next time before you buy anything, is that clear? Yes, sir, I will, sir. I called out as he walked away. My stomach did a weird flip as I leaned against the counter. I wasn't sure if I should be relieved or scared at how easily I had lied just now, but I had a sinking feeling it was something I'd be doing a lot more of now that I was in a secret relationship with Liam.
Chapter 18. Liam. I was having the hardest time concentrating at work. My mind was so distracted, I couldn't remember how to alphabetize. Did V come before or after W? And why were there so many books about vampires? I rolled my eyes as I stuck a 30% off sticker on a hardcover book before placing it onto the shelf. After repeating this process a couple more times, I got sidetracked again. My gaze flew past a group of teens and their brightly colored hydro flasks and landed on the cute girl sitting by herself in the corner. A smile immediately found its way onto my face. For Ava's first time at the bookstore, she looked so at home, especially in one of the beanbag chairs. It was so big, it almost swallowed her up. I could only see the neckline of her yellow and white polka-dotted sweater. I had a good view of her legs, though, thanks to her short, flowy skirt. Even though I was a face guy, I definitely found her legs attractive. In fact, she looked so hot today. I almost swallowed my tongue earlier when I picked her up from the bus stop 2 hours later, and I still feel my stomach drop every time I looked her way. Ava glanced up from her notebook, chewing on the end of her pen while she thought. I had a clear view of her face now that her hair wasn't blocking it. She had minimal makeup on, which I appreciated. Her natural beauty, really, the warmth of her soul, shone through and made her glow. If I had my sketch pad with me, I'd try to capture that essence on paper. But for now, I took my time appreciating the sight until I felt a small tug on my hand. I looked down to find a little girl with black pigtails and blueberry stains on her cheeks by my side. I smiled and crouched down to her eye level. Hey, Hope, are you playing hide and seek again? She grinned and nodded, her big brown eyes lighting up with mischief. I hide. Daddy, find me. I bet your dad could use some help. Let's go look for him. Mr. Spark Darren was likely running through the store now, looking for Hope. I offered her my hand, but she took 2 of my fingers instead. She held on tight, her expression serious. For a preschooler, she seemed like a professor sometimes. She was super curious and could already read simple words. I could almost see the gears turning in her head as she looked over at Ava. With a dimpled hand, she pointed and asked, Who's that? That is my friend, Ava. We go to school together. I go to school too. 3 days a week, she added, holding up 3 fingers. That's almost as many days as I go. I straightened and took a step forward, ready to lead her down the aisle. She let go of my fingers, though, and ran straight for Ava. Hope, wait for me. When I reached the 2 of them, Hope was already chatting up a storm with Ava like they were old friends. Are you writing a story? My Uncle Brendan writes stories. Can I see yours? Oh, sure. Ava turned the notebook toward Hope, an amused smile lighting up her eyes. This is actually a song, not a story. I'm working on the words now. The lyrics? Hope asked, without missing a beat. Why, yes, the lyrics. How do you know such a big word? Hope beamed. My Uncle Aiden writes songs. Wait a minute. Ava looked up at me with wonder. Is she related to Seth? Yep. Ava, this is Hope, my boss's daughter. She's Seth's cousin. Oh, I didn't expect. Ava's voice trailed off when she noticed Hope staring at her expectantly. I didn't expect you to know my friend Seth. Hope was born in China, I explained. The Sparks adopted her when she was 1. Ava's brows rose in surprise. I had no idea. The Sparks are really cool people. They've also fostered kids in the past. That's awesome. Ava turned to Hope, who was pulling on her sleeve. Yes, Hope? Pointing to the top of Ava's notebook, Hope asked, What's this word? It's only. Ava paused as she watched Hope trail her fingers across the words on the page. Wait, can you read? Hope answered her question by reading off from the notebook. To the only boy I... Okay! Ava quickly pulled the notebook out of Hope's reach and flipped it over. I think that's enough reading. Wow, you're amazing, Hope. How old are you? Phui. She held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Ava's face. I want to read more, please. Ava's cheeks flushed. Maybe next time. I think your dad's coming. Sure enough, a tall man appeared at the end of the aisle, his complexion pale. As soon as he saw Hope, he released a heavy breath and rubbed a hand down his face. There you are. Daddy, you found me. I did. Darren reached us with 3 long strides and scooped Hope up in his arms. Sweetheart, I need you to stay close to me, where you can still see me. The store's a big place. Daddy could get lost. Hope touched her dad's forehead to smooth the worry lines there. I'm sorry. I'll stay close next time. Thank you. After placing a soft kiss on Hope's round cheek, Darren turned toward Ava with his hand stretched out. Hi, I'm Darren. You must be Ava? Ava craned her neck to meet Darren's gaze. Her hand disappeared in his as they shook hands. Yep, that's me. How did you know? Word gets around. Don't worry, it's all been good things that we've heard about you. He grinned as he looked over at me. The guy was a real-life firefighter, and he carried himself like one, too. Strong and commanding, even with a polo shirt and khakis on. He looked like a superhero in disguise. He was also a family man who came to help Danica out on his days off, even when he was exhausted. I really respected the guy. Especially from Liam. I cleared my throat a little too loudly. What had Danica been telling him? So yeah, Darren, I'm about done with the YA books. Do you mind if I take my lunch? I want to take Ava to the new place down the street. Yeah, no problem. I'll let Danica know. Darren shot me a knowing look. Looking sharp today, Liam. Thanks. I was definitely dressed up more than usual for work in a collared shirt and slacks instead of jeans, and Darren knew it. I was thankful he wasn't making a bigger deal out of it like I'm sure Danica would. I'll be back in an hour. You guys have fun. Nice meeting you, Ava. Darren turned, then called out over his shoulder, Feel free to come by any time. Thank you. Nice meeting you too. See you later, Hope. Ava closed her notebook shut and slipped it into her backpack. You ready? I helped her off the beanbag, more than happy to hold her hand again. The expectant look in her eyes made my heart skip a beat. Let me clean up and then we can go. I'll meet you up front. Okay, can't wait. I kissed Ava's hand before reluctantly letting go of it. She blew me a kiss as she walked away. I may or may not have stood there like an idiot watching her until she was no longer in sight. I couldn't believe how cheesy I was being, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. Romantic gestures weren't usually my thing, but Ava made me want to do them. Not wanting to be apart from Ava longer than I had to be, I quickly grabbed the supplies I'd been using and dropped them off at the back office. I took a second to check my appearance in the mirror, hanging on the wall next to the employment posters. It felt strange to be so concerned about how I looked, but I wanted more than ever to impress Ava. Sure, she'd seen me in sweats and when I had bedhead. She and Hannah had sleepovers sometimes, but that was before we'd held hands, and the touch of her skin sent tingles up and down my arm, and way before she meant more to me than any girl ever had. Once I had tamed the stray lock of hair sticking up at the back of my head, I made my way to the front of the store, passing rows of bookshelves and customers whom I recognized as weekend regulars. I finally neared the buy counter. Ava's back came into view, where she was standing near a display of bookmarks. I jogged the last few steps to her and scooped her up into my arms. Ava gasped. As soon as I picked her up, she looked back with panic in her eyes. Seth's here. That's when I saw Seth on the other side of the counter, staring at us with his mouth open. Great. So much for keeping things on the down low.
Chapter 19. Ava. I gulped, big time. Talk about being trapped between a rock and a hard place. Except, in my case, I was stuck between my bestie's boyfriend and the warm, muscular plane that I'd come to know as Liam's chest. As much as I loved the feel of Liam's arms around me, I knew I had to put some distance between us. We looked way too cozy for being just friends. Liam did the hard part for me and dropped his hands. He moved to the side and crossed his arms, acting as if nothing weird had happened, even though the awkward silence between us definitely said something had. Seth stared at us, his blue eyes picking up on our every move. "Hey, Liam, what's going on?" Liam did his usual head nodding, greeting, and didn't say a word. If he thought putting on his "I'm your girlfriend's big brother, so don't question me" act was going to work on Seth, he was out of luck. Seth had grown quite a backbone since he started dating Hannah, and he wasn't as afraid of Liam anymore. I figured it was up to me to smooth things over. "Nothing's going on, Seth. Like I told you, I came here to look for a journal, and happened to bump into Liam." I waved my hand in Liam's direction, like it was no big deal that he'd had his arms around me a minute ago. "And just now, I ran into you. This is one popular bookstore, let me tell you." Liam finally spoke up, sounding casual. "Hey, Seth, what are you doing here?" "Just dropping off some of my dad's books for a signing next week." Seth pointed toward a brown box behind the counter. "I thought you said you were busy with something for your foster dad, Ava. That's why you couldn't practice with Hannah today?" "Oh yeah, I was, but the thing, it ended early, which is why I came here." My cheeks were heating up with every word that left my mouth. I was already feeling terrible for lying to Hannah, but at least it had been easier to do over text. Now I had to lie to Seth's face. I hated being deceitful, but he couldn't find out about Liam and me, especially not before I told Hannah. Anyway, we still have time this week to go over the song. Seth nodded, seeming to want to say more, but he didn't. At least that was one thing I could count on with Seth. He was more of a listener than a talker, which meant fewer questions for me to answer. "Could you give Hannah a call later? She was talking about having some girl time with you, since we're not hanging out this weekend." "She did?" My heart squeezed to hear the words "girl time." It was so sweet of Hannah to make time for me. "Sure, I'll call her." "Cool. Well, I gotta go." Seth jerked his head toward the exit. "My family and I are headed to the pumpkin patch. Do you want a ride home, Eva? It's on our way." I shook my head. "Thanks for offering, but I have some errands to run." "Okay, well, I'll see you guys at school on Monday." The minute Seth left the store, Liam and I turned to each other and sighed in relief. "I hate lying to Seth," I whisper-shouted, placing my hands on my hot cheeks. "Actually, I hate lying, period. Do you think he bought it?" "Well, it's hard to say. Maybe, assuming you always turn bright red when you talk." Liam chuckled, taking both my hands in his. "You are not a good liar at all. You look cute, though, when you try." I groaned. "Liam, be serious. I can't have Seth telling Hannah anything before I get a chance to. She'd never forgive me. We tell each other everything. At least we used to." I couldn't believe I was keeping this piece of information from her. She was my best friend. She told me everything about her and Seth, sometimes more than I wanted to know. It felt wrong to be keeping secrets from her. "Don't worry. Hannah and Seth will be the first people we tell when we start telling people. Until then, let's just enjoy our day, okay?" The sweet and sexy smile Liam gave me pretty much dissolved any worries I had. It was amazing how much I couldn't think when he was around. All I could do was feel the strength of his hand, the pounding of my heart, and the sparks between us, because there were definitely sparks between us. The more time I spent with Liam, the more comfortable I was with him, and the more I felt drawn to him. We were like a perfect fifth, two different notes that just sounded good together. I tried explaining this concept to Liam during our lunch half an hour later. We were seated outside in the patio of a small cafe that served the most delicious sandwiches. The decor was really simple, with metal tables and chairs and a couple of heat lamps for the cool fall weather. Liam and I had just finished the main course. We'd split 2 sandwiches, and were now working on dessert. We were having the best time, with hardly a pause in our conversation. Somehow we'd gotten to talking about music, which led to my analogy. Don't you love it when you hear 2 notes that just belong together? When Liam gave me a blank stare, I opened the piano app on my phone to show him what I meant. I pressed 2 of the white keys at the same time. The combination of the notes produced a warm, sustaining sound. You hear that? This is a C and a G. They're like us. They sound so different when played separately, but together, they're just perfect. Liam grinned. I think you're perfect. I rolled my eyes. You think this is cheesy, don't you? A little, but it's a good kind of cheesy. Just like how you said there's a good kind of weird. He paused to think. You played C and G, right? The G could stand for good, and the C could stand for cheesy. Good cheesy. Get it? I almost choked on the bite of creamy cheesecake in my mouth. I was laughing so hard. Look who's being cheesy now. It's pretty fitting, don't you think? He smirked and pointed to the plate between us. A cheesy joke for a cheesy couple eating cheesecake. I spread the last bit of cheesecake with my fork and offered it to Liam. It's perfect, just like us. Liam wiped his mouth with his napkin, then gave me a big smile. Since you're already giving me a music lesson, can I hear the song you were working on earlier? I immediately shook my head, my defenses going up. No way, no sir, was that gonna happen. As much as I felt safe with Liam, I was not about to bare my soul to him. Not yet, at least. It's not ready. But you had a whole page of lyrics written down. Yes, but I'm still working on the kinks. It takes a while to write a song. You can't just put words to a melody and expect them to fit. His brows furrowed, creating this adorable line above the bridge of his nose. Are you sure you're not making excuses? Are my cheeks pink? I asked, knowing for a fact that they weren't. I wasn't totally stalling. I really did have a few lines to figure out before the song was officially done. See? I'm not lying. Liam's bright blue eyes studied my face for a second before he nodded. All right, I believe you. Will you sing it for me when it's ready? Please. I've never had a girl write a song for me before. I'd love to hear it. My mouth fell open. What makes you think it's about you? Back at the store, Hope read a line, to the only boy. I'm assuming that's me. A flirty grin curved his lips. Am I right? I bristled, not pleased that he had caught on already. If you want an answer to that question, you're going to have to tell me a secret for a secret. His face lit up as he leaned in. Sure. You first, though. Okay. With a nervous laugh, I admitted what he already knew. Fine. You may or may not be the inspiration behind this song. I knew it. He reached across the table to squeeze my hand. I'm honored. Thank you. I breathed freely, feeling relieved. I should be thanking you. I've never written a song this fast before. Because you didn't have me for a muse. So, you're welcome. His smug smile made me roll my eyes. That's enough ego stroking for you today. Your turn. What deep, dark secret do you have to share? Nothing dark, but it could be considered deep, I suppose. Well, I tapped my fingers along the tabletop. I'm waiting. His eyes twinkled with mischief.
impatient much?
I narrowed my eyes at him, unamused. William?
All right, all right.
He held my hand with both of his now.
I've liked you for a long time now, Ava. Maybe since the first time you fell asleep at our place during a movie, but most definitely since you started calling me William. I can't wait to tell the whole world how I feel about you.
My heart fluttered, like actually fluttered.
Okay, that was worth the wait.
Liam brought my hand to his mouth and placed a kiss on my palm, making me melt into a big puddle of warm and swoony goo. I was sure life couldn't get any better than this. On second thought, we hadn't kissed yet. That was bound to be epic. I had a feeling I was going to get a big lesson on patience.
Chapter 20. Liam. This was the slowest week of my life, probably because I'd had the best weekend of my life with Ava, and now I was left to endure Spirit Week with Savannah. 4 days in, and I'd never felt more unenthusiastic about school. Savannah, on the other hand, couldn't have been more thrilled. "We look so good together," she latched onto my arm as we walked into the auditorium for our all-school assembly. The theater-style room had been decorated in Edenvale's colors of gold and black, with balloons and large pom-poms hanging from the ceiling. A Bruno Mars song played through the loudspeakers, filling the place with a booming bass beat. Savannah looked around the room at the other kids coming in.
"The best part of this is that no one else dressed up like us."
These outfits were a good idea. I did have to give it to her for coming up with a cool costume idea for Iconic Duo Day. With her long red hair and shimmery tube-like skirt with a tutu bottom, she fit the role of the Little Mermaid to a T. As Prince Eric, I'd found my whole outfit in my closet: dark jeans, boots, and a white button-down shirt, except for the red scarf around my waist. That I'd borrowed from Hannah. Her fingers tightened around my bicep as we found our seats in the section on the right of the room that was reserved for the senior class. She gazed up and batted her fake eyelashes at me.
"My mom's been so happy to see us together. You have no idea how much this all means to her. You're a sweetheart for doing this with me."
Of course, I tried to focus on the positives of this situation instead of on the pit in my stomach. Seeing Savannah's mom's face light up every morning this week when I picked up Savannah, at least there was some tangible evidence that fake dating Savannah had its benefits. It didn't mean that I liked having Savannah lean her head on my shoulder, though. She'd been pushing the boundaries all week, trying to sit as close to me as possible and touching me every chance she got. It was worse when we were around her friends. I got that she was having a hard time with the breakup, so I'd been doing my best to be understanding, but a big part of me felt like I was being disrespectful to Ava. It was hard enough for us to have to date in secret, but seeing me with Savannah had to be killing her. She didn't let on, though, if it was. I knew it'd be killing me if the tables were turned. Enough was enough. I had to put a stop to Savannah's PDA. Pretending to yawn, I pulled my arm from her grip and stretched it above my head. She seemed to get the clue that I needed my space. Her lips pursed into a pout, but she straightened in her seat and crossed her arms. She turned to her right to talk with her drama major friends, and I started chatting with Max, who was on my other side. Interesting costume. I eyed his plain white shirt with the word envy on it written in bold black letters. What are you supposed to be, and which girl are you supposed to be paired up with? You mean which girls? I had so many offers I couldn't pick just one. He motioned with one hand at the row of girls beside him who looked like they were ready to celebrate St. Patrick's Day 5 months early. They were all wearing tops in shades of lime, emerald, olive, and mint, with similar shades of scrunchies on their wrists. Max cracked a smile that showed off his dimples. "They're all green." He pointed at himself with envy. "Get it? Pretty clever, huh?" I scoffed, but even I had to admit I was impressed with his creativity. Not bad. But
When are you going to settle down? You can't keep playing the field like this. Sooner or later, you're going to get someone upset. Max rolled his eyes. Settle down? We're too young to get married. But we're old enough to know who's worth holding on to and who just wants to mess around. If you're lucky enough to meet that special someone, you'll want to hold on to her as soon as possible. Like you are with Savannah? I visibly flinched. Not exactly. His jaw dropped. Why not? She's one of the hottest girls in school. It's not just about looks, Max. Blah, 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 he repeated in a bored tone. You can't tell me looks don't matter when we all know they do. It's just a matter of how much. I shook my head. It wasn't worth arguing with Max. The only thing I could do was plant some ideas in his head and hope they took root one day. There's personality and compatibility, too. A girl's gotta have the whole package. Ava's beautiful face and her sweet smile came to mind. I scanned the crowd, hoping to get a glimpse of her. As if she'd heard my wish, Ava walked by in front of us, with my sister and Seth trailing behind. Ava wore regular clothes, a pink hoodie and jeans, but she looked as gorgeous as always. The two lovebirds were dressed up as Troy and Gabriella from High School Musical, with Seth in a red basketball uniform and Hannah in a red dress. The three of them took their seats with the rest of the sophomore class to the left of us. As soon as Ava sat down, she glanced my way. I liked it that she knew exactly where I was sitting, which meant she'd noticed me when she walked in. I winked at her, making her smile and blush in that adorable way that she always did. My body warmed at the sight. I missed her so badly. We'd both been busy these past few days, me with work and she with errands for her foster parents, that we hadn't spent any time together. Texting and video chatting was nice, but it wasn't the same. As much as I wanted to maintain eye contact, I didn't want to make things awkward for either one of us, so I forced myself to look away. That's when I felt some sharp nails dig into my arm. Savannah placed one hand on the side of my face and turned me toward her. Then she proceeded to lean in and plant a long, wet one on my lips. I was so caught off guard, I froze in place until I heard Max whistle loudly beside me. "Get it, girl," Max cheered and clapped his hands. I pulled back and glared at Savannah, who had a smug smile on her face. "What are you doing?" "Kissing my boyfriend, of course." With a concerned look, she ran her thumb along the corner of my mouth. "You got some lipstick." I got it. I waved her away and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. My voice took on an edge, revealing the annoyance boiling inside of me. "We're not dating anymore, Savannah, so no more PDA. I don't want people to get the wrong idea." She began to pout, her bottom lip quivering. I knew better than to feel bad for her, though. She'd spent the whole summer practicing how to cry on demand. When I didn't react, she humped and rolled her eyes. "Fine, whatever. I still don't get it. What does she have that I don't?" As soon as Savannah said she, my heart sank. One look at Ava and I realized that the one person I didn't want to get the wrong idea about Savannah and me just did. Ava's pale face and wide eyes said it all. She'd seen the kiss go down, and she was not happy about it at all. By this time, the school principal, Mrs. Riedenauer, had taken her place on stage and was calling for our attention. Dressed in a suit that matched her blue-dyed hair, she announced the lineup of activities for the next half hour: student versus teacher games and the crowning of the best iconic duo costume. Everyone around us cheered as the mood ramped up. Even the seniors joined in, probably feeling nostalgic that this was their last Spirit Week. I, on the other hand, could not have been more torn up inside. While the assembly went on around me, I only had one thing on my mind: damage control. I pulled out my phone and quickly sent a text to Ava. That kiss didn't mean anything. I told her to stop. I held my breath as I waited for her reply. Almost immediately, 3 bubbles popped up on my screen. The bubbles disappeared, then reappeared,
just about giving me a heart attack with each second that passed. Finally, a new message came in. I know. Thanks. I swallowed hard. That was it? I looked up, hoping to see Ava turn around so I could read her expression, but no such luck. She sat still, staring straight ahead at the teams of teachers and students who were trying to get the cookies on their foreheads into their mouths without using their hands. I didn't know how else to get her attention but to send her another message. Can you hang out after school today? Ava, I can't. It's my last practice with Hannah. You're coming over? Ava, yeah, even better. I'll drive you home after. Ava, okay. My shoulders fell in relief. T-4 hours until I could hold Ava again in my arms and reassure her that she was the only girl for me. Chapter 21. Ava. I wanted to believe Liam, that there was nothing going on with him and Savannah, but it was hard watching another girl plant her mouth on him, especially when the two of us hadn't shared that experience yet. The memory of Savannah touching and kissing Liam made my body flinch, like the sound of nails on a chalkboard. The image made me sick, quite literally, because I started feeling nauseous as soon as I got into Liam's car after school. It didn't help that Savannah's perfume wafted in the air, polluting the small space as she whipped her red hair over her shoulders. You okay, Aves? Hannah glanced at me with concern. You look a little green. The two of us, along with Seth, were squished into the back seat of Liam's car as we headed to Savannah's to drop her off. Hannah didn't mind sitting in the middle, something I was grateful for since it put some distance between me and Savannah. Not enough distance, though, because I could still see her attempts at touching Liam's arm during the whole ride. I winced, partly because of the sight and partly because I was sick to my stomach. A chill ran down my back and my throat felt like it was on fire. I'm not feeling so hot, I told Hannah. I'm gonna rest my eyes a little bit. You guys okay back there? Liam called out above the pop song playing on the radio. Ava's not feeling well, Hannah replied. Savannah groaned in disgust. Is she sick? Can you turn on the AC in here? We need some air circulation. Just open your window, Savannah. We'll be at your place in 2 minutes. But I can't be around germs. Her voice was growing shrill. You don't understand. I get it. You're worried about spreading germs to your mom. My mom? No, I can't get sick. I have an audition on Friday. Even though I was on the verge of puking, I pried my eyes open. I couldn't believe how self-absorbed Savannah was, and even more that Liam had to put up with her for as long as he had. We were all silent as we pulled up to Savannah's house, and she stomped out. Once she slammed the door shut, the mood in the car felt completely lighter. Seth said in one word how we all felt. Wow. Liam sighed, then climbed out of the driver's seat. He surprised me by opening my door. You should sit in the front, Ava. You'll feel better with more space. I nodded and took his hand. Under any other circumstances, I would have felt weird holding Liam's hand in front of Hannah and Seth, but I was so sick, I didn't care what they thought. I let Liam wrap his arm around me and guide me to the front passenger seat. Once inside, he buckled me in. This move would have normally had me swooning, especially since he smelled so good. But I was such a dizzy mess. Liam got in on his side and started the car up. He flashed me a look of concern that bordered a little too much on the caring side, more than a bestie's older brother would show. I hoped Hannah and Seth wouldn't think too much of it, but just to be safe, I decided spending the afternoon at the Mitchells wasn't the best idea right now. Can you take me back? I can't sing right now. We were already moving in the direction of the Mitchells' home. Liam was quiet, but still glancing in my direction whenever he could take his eyes off the road. His voice was calm, but firm when he finally spoke. You're coming home with us, so we can keep an eye on you. His offer was super sweet, but it was too much. I'll be fine. Just take me. No more arguing, Ava, unless you think your foster parents can take better care of you. I shut my mouth. There was no arguing with Liam on that point. There was no way the Johnsons cared about me as much as Liam or Hannah did. It wasn't that they were unfeeling. They just didn't have that close of a relationship with me. I knew I'd be in better hands at the Mitchells. Thanks, Liam. He gave me a quick nod and didn't say much the rest of the way. Neither did Hannah or Seth in the back seat, although I could hear them whispering to each other. They did that a lot anyway. So I didn't think much of it. Soon, the motion of the car rocked me to sleep. When I woke up later, I was in a darkened room, lying on a twin-size bed. As my eyes adjusted and focused on the posters of Taylor Swift on the walls, I recognized it as Hannah's room. I pulled the covers up to my chin and exhaled in relief. My head felt better. At least the room wasn't spinning as fast. But my entire body was weak. Whatever this bug was, it had done a number on me. I swallowed hard, wishing I had water to drink. While I lay there trying to gather enough energy to sit, something lit up and vibrated on the bedside table. I reached over for it and realized it was my phone. A new text flashed across the screen. Liam. Hey, let me know when you're awake and if you need anything. There was also a voicemail waiting for me. I pressed the play button and listened to the low, gruff voice that came over the line. Ava, I need you to pick up some eggs for dinner. No candy this time, got it? I squinted at the phone, wondering when Mr. Johnson had left his message. 4:20? I gasped as I noticed the time on my phone. 8:38. Where had the day gone? I should have been back hours ago. Fear coursed through my body when I spotted 3 missed calls, all from Mr. Johnson. This was not good. So not good. I propped myself up on my elbows as quickly as I could, without losing the contents of my stomach, then waited for my head to clear. Getting out of bed had never been such a slow and painful process, but I managed to stand up and stay standing. I even managed to find my shoes in the dark, which someone, I was guessing Liam, had placed on the floor. Any other time, I would have taken a moment to appreciate the fact that Liam had carried me to bed, but now was not the time. I had to get going if I didn't want to get into more trouble with the Johnsons than I was already in. As I opened the bedroom door, I heard voices talking in the living room. It sounded like Liam and Hannah. Seth had likely gone home, and Mrs. Mitchell was probably working late again. The siblings were going back and forth in what sounded like an intense conversation. I couldn't make out their words, but I was surprised at the anger in Hannah's tone. I followed the trail of light coming from the other room, bracing myself against the wall as I walked. By the time I reached the end of the hall, I could hear every word being exchanged, including my name. Why were they talking about me? I stood in the shadows and listened. I know you like Ava, Hannah said in an accusing tone. Savannah's not my favorite person, but you shouldn't be cheating on her. That's really low. Hannah, I'm not cheating. I already broke up with Savannah. I've only been going along with her plan to dress up this week for her mom's sake, but we're not together anymore. I'm strictly with Ava. Hannah gasped. What? You and Ava are actually dating? Like for reals? She said there was nothing going on between you guys. Well, things have changed. This can't be happening. This is Ava we're talking about. You guys don't have anything in common. We get each other. Ava's the best thing that's ever happened to me. But she's my friend, not yours. You can't date her. Liam scoffed. Hannah, I don't need your permission. I can date Ava if I want to. At least I'm paying attention to her. Ever since you and Seth got together, she's been left on the sidelines. It's like you only want her around to be your chaperone. Do you even care how she feels? Of course I care. Hannah's voice rose with indignation. I know I've been distracted with Seth, That's why I've been asking her to hang out more. Just the two of us. But she keeps saying she has stuff to do. I think I know now what that stuff is. I winced. Hannah was right. Now I was the one neglecting our friendship. Hannah, I've never forced Ava to hang out with me. She does it because she wants to. She only hangs out with you because she's lonely, which is all the more reason why the two of you together is all sorts of wrong. You can't use Ava as your rebound girl. I won't let you, Liam. I swallowed hard. Did Ava mean that? How could she, of all people, think Liam was using me to get over Savannah? You have no idea what you're talking about. What Ava and I have is real. So real that she's told me things that she hasn't even told you. Liam added proudly. That's not true. You're just saying that. My heart ached. There was so much hurt in Hannah's voice. I had to stop this. I couldn't hide here, watching her and Liam go at it. I took 2 steps forward before collapsing onto the couch. Guys, stop. Hannah and Liam turned to me, surprise written on their faces. I could see in their eyes that each of them wanted me on their side. How could I choose, though? One was my best friend. The other, the boy I liked a lot. Somehow, I had to make things right and hope that neither one of them hated me in the end. Chapter 22. Liam. My breath caught in my throat to see Ava. She looked so fragile, curled up on the couch, but there was a slight tinge of pink in her cheeks. I didn't know if that was just color returning to her complexion or if she was upset. She had probably overheard more of Hannah's and my conversation than she was supposed to. I rushed to her side and knelt beside her. How are you feeling? Do you need anything? I'm better, but I could use some water. On it. I made my way into the kitchen, moving as fast as I could. I felt a sense of urgency, not only to help Ava, but to make sure I was there when she and Hannah talked. Who knew what ridiculous things my sister would say? I couldn't believe she'd actually called Ava my rebound girl. That was the furthest thing from the truth. I grabbed a glass of cold water and headed back to the living room. The murmur of voices made me stop before the doorway. I wasn't sure, but it sounded like Hannah was crying. One peek into the room confirmed my suspicion. I stood still, with my back to the wall as I listened. I can't believe you didn't tell me about you and Liam, Hannah sniffled. I thought we told each other everything. We do, Anna spoke so softly. She obviously still wasn't feeling her best. I wanted to tell you. There was no one else I wanted to tell more. I guess I was scared to, especially after you said Liam wasn't good enough for me. Ava's last line made my jaw clench. Had my sister really said that? A flash of annoyance surged through my body, propelling my feet forward. I handed the glass of water to Ava, then narrowed my eyes at Hannah. Thanks a lot, sis. It's nice to know my own flesh and blood has so much faith in me. Hannah used the sleeve of her sweatshirt to wipe her wet cheeks. Don't you see what you've done, Liam? You've turned Ava against me. She never lied to me before you guys started whatever it is you're doing. Think about it, Hannah. You're the one who's been distant with Ava, not the other way around. She couldn't talk to you because you haven't been around for her to talk to. I crossed my arms and threw my shoulders back. I was on a roll now, especially with a guilty look on Hannah's face, proving me right. Words rushed out of my mouth, bypassing my brain and the filter I should have used to stop myself. But it was too late. Did you even consider that she might want to sing a different song than the one you picked for the contest? That she's so brilliant and talented, she writes her own songs? Ava gasped. Liam! I turned toward Ava, my hands clenched. The look of betrayal on her face made my stomach sink. I couldn't believe I'd spilled the secret she trusted me with. Ava, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Is it true? Hannah asked quietly. You write your own songs? That's amazing. Why didn't you tell me? I scoffed. Do you still not get it, Hannah? Ava? Hannah wrung her hands as she pleaded with Ava. Why would you tell Liam and not me? Ava's gaze flitted back and forth from mine to Hannah's. She bit her lower lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Please stop. I can't. I won't take sides. I love both of you so much. This is too hard. She pushed herself off the couch and stumbled to her feet. I need to go. I was supposed to pick up eggs, and now I'm late and Mr. Johnson's going to be so mad. I picked up my keys from the coffee table and followed Ava to the front door. I'll drive you. I can take the bus. You're not taking the bus, Ava. You're not feeling well. Ava opened her mouth like she wanted to argue some more, but then Hannah spoke up. Aves, let Liam take you, please. Either that or I'm taking the bus with you. You know I will. Nodding her head, Ava finally relented. Fine. I'll go with Liam. Hannah's face lit up like she'd already won the Taylor Swift contest. She shot me a smug smile as I closed the door. I rolled my eyes, feeling infinitely mature, which was probably not the most mature reaction, but hey, I was the ultimate winner here. I was the one Ava was spending time with, not Hannah. But one look at Ava reminded me I wasn't in the clear yet. She led the way to the garage, walking with her shoulders slouched, but still with brisk steps. I sensed the negative vibes coming off of her like a shield, keeping me at arm's length. It only took 2 strides for me to catch up with her. Noticing her shiver, I took off my jacket and placed it on her shoulders. You need to stay warm. Ava grunted, but she didn't look at me. We reached my car, and I opened the door for her. Neither of us said a word as we got in and started driving. I took the fastest route to Ava's, hoping to get there quickly so we could talk, so I could talk. I knew I'd messed up and needed to apologize again. So that's what I did as soon as I parked in front of the Johnsons' house. The street was dark, as were most of the houses on the block. I could barely make out Ava's face in the moonlight, but she was looking down at her hands, so I wouldn't have been able to see her expression well anyway. It didn't matter, though. I just needed her to hear me out. I'm so sorry, Ava, for spilling your secret. I was trying to make a point to Hannah, and it just came out. The silence between us was deafening, even louder than the sound of a siren wailing in the distance. What in the world was Ava thinking? She was usually so bubbly and upbeat. I didn't know what to make of this side of her. She jumped when the phone in her hand started buzzing. One word flashed across the bright screen: Johnson's. She glanced up the driveway and quickly answered the call. Mr. Johnson, hi. I'm so sorry. I wasn't feeling well, so I took a nap at Hannah's and overslept. She paused to listen. No, I didn't. I'll get them tomorrow. I promise. I'm outside, but I'll be right in. She added before hanging up. Then she turned to me and sighed. I have to go. Mr. Johnson's not happy. Just because you didn't get him eggs? But you're not feeling well. Yeah, but Mrs. Johnson doesn't feel well all the time, and she's the one who wants them, so. Her voice trailed off as she shrugged. Thanks for the ride. As she was about to open the door, I reached for her hand. I hated leaving things unsettled. I needed to know if we were okay. Are we cool? Ava turned to face me. Then she did something totally unexpected. She threw her arms around me and hugged me. With a shaky breath, she buried her face in the crook of my neck. I was so surprised. It took me a second to respond, but soon enough, I was holding her tight against my chest. The smell of honey and summer that I'd come to associate with Ava filled my senses. I ran my hand up and down her back as her soft curves melded into me, warming me to the core. I released a breath, feeling so much better, until she suddenly let go. You've been so good to me, and I love being with you. But I can't do this. I don't want to come between you and Hannah. You guys are my family. It tears me up to see you fighting. It's too hard. I'm sorry. This could not be happening. How could Ava give up on us before we even had a chance to start?
She had to know we were worth fighting for. Please don't do this, Ava. I pleaded with her. Hannah and I were just being siblings. We both care about you and want what's best for you. We can make this work, I know we can. Just give me a chance. Her phone buzzed and lit up again. I have to go. Bye, Liam. My car felt empty the moment Ava got out, but it was nothing compared to how hollow my heart was without her. Chapter 23. Ava. Leaving Liam was one of the hardest things I'd ever done, but I did it because I had to. It was for the best. At least, that's what I told myself as I ran up the steps to the Johnsons' house. Even still, my eyes welled up with tears to the point that I couldn't see the doorknob. I fumbled around, trying to get my key into it, but the door suddenly opened. A tall, commanding figure greeted me on the other side. I blinked quickly until I could focus again. Mr. Johnson stood in the doorway with the sternest expression I'd ever seen on his bearded face. The lines on his forehead reminded me of music staff, each one of them etched across his splotchy red skin. His gaze traveled past me to the sidewalk, where Liam's car was parked. He narrowed his eyes and a muscle in his jaw twitched. Without a word, he stepped aside to let me in. I'd never been scared of Mr. Johnson before, but for once, I was nervous enough to hold my breath. I had no idea what to expect. Did he know a boy had dropped me off? Was he still upset that I hadn't bought eggs? Why wasn't he saying anything? Partly out of fear, but mostly out of exhaustion, I decided to make a quick escape. I'm not feeling so well. I'm going to bed. Mr. Johnson still didn't say a word. He remained standing in the dim light of the foyer, even as I closed my bedroom door. Once inside, I turned off my phone and fell onto the bed, my eyes closing before my head hit the pillow. Silent tears trailed down my face until I fell asleep. It was clearly morning when I opened my eyes. The sky outside my window was still dark, so I knew I had plenty of time before I had to catch the bus. I still felt tired, but at least my throat didn't burn anymore. Whatever had hit me was only a 24-hour bug, if only the after effects of yesterday had lasted that long, too. But no amount of sleep could erase the damage that had been done. Last night, I lost both my best friend and the only boy I'd ever loved, all in one shot. The thought made my heart ache so much I wondered if it was literally fractured. I didn't have any tears left to cry, so I did the next best thing. I turned on the light and reached for my journal that was on the desk next to my bed. Flipping through the pages, I stopped at a blank one. Then I put pencil to paper and began writing. First, 1 line, then 2 and 3, until I'd filled up the whole page. When I was done, I read the words again, my heart pounding. Full disclosure. Verse 1. You were older, wiser, made my skin feel like it was on fire, with your quick winks, long stares, and the beautiful way that you cared. Verse 2. It was magic, lightning. When you caught me, I was flying, past my small faith, big fears, to a future that was finally clear. Chorus. What we had was so strong. Don't tell me this is over. Your arms are where I belong. My heart is yours. Full disclosure. Bridge. To the only boy I've loved before, please be mine forevermore. I swallowed, past the lump growing in my throat. There was such a bittersweet feeling in me, knowing how this song had been inspired. Heartbreak was horrible, but amazing at the same time. That was the ironic thing, how well pain translated into words on a page. I supposed it was this way because when a heart broke, all the love that was inside it seeped out, needing a place to go. Liam had filled my heart up to the brim, giving me more than enough for 2 verses, a chorus, and a bridge. I even had a melody running through my head to go along with the lyrics. I didn't know if this song was as good as any of Tay-Tay's, but it was the best one I'd ever written. Even if no one ever heard it, it would always be special to me, because Liam was special. I dreaded seeing him today, Hannah too. I almost considered skipping school, but there was no way I could avoid them forever, especially not when Hannah and I were scheduled to record our demo for the contest today. But maybe it was a good thing. Singing together could give me a chance to make up with her. That possibility lifted my spirits enough that I decided to get ready for school. I threw on some jeans and a gray hoodie with the word #mood on the front, then finished getting ready in the bathroom down the hall. I was in the middle of brushing my teeth when a knock sounded on the door. Mr. Johnson's gruff voice called out, "Ava." I spit out the toothpaste in my mouth, then opened the door. "Yes, sir?" "Rita's here for you." What? I felt like all the air had been sucked from my lungs. The only reason I could think of for my caseworker coming over was one I didn't want to consider. My voice cracked as I forced out my next word. Why? He avoided my eyes. "You're going to another home." Something clattered into the sink, and it took me a second to realize I'd dropped my toothbrush. Mr. Johnson didn't really say what I think he said, did he? But one look at his stern face confirmed it. The Johnsons didn't want me anymore. Why was everything that mattered in my life suddenly being yanked away from me? My heart began pounding in my ears as fear coursed through my veins. I told myself to take a deep breath, to calm down. Maybe I could still turn the situation around. I had to try. "Mr. Johnson, I hope you'll hear me out before you make up your mind for sure. You know how much I've done to help around the house. I could do even more. The cooking, cleaning, shopping, I'm willing to do it all. Please, let me stay. At least through the rest of the school year, please." His expression didn't change. If anything, it got darker. "I know you've been sneaking around with that boy. You know the rules, Ava. I won't tolerate this kind of behavior. Now go pack up your things." My body went cold. It was like a switch had turned off inside, depleting me of light and hope. What was the use in trying? My world had already flipped upside down. Even if I could stay at Edenvale, I wouldn't have Hannah or Liam by my side. Once again, I was on my own. Maybe being alone wasn't a bad thing. No one could hurt you when there was no one to love you or to love you back. Still, it sucked big time. Under Mr. Johnson's watchful eye, I trudged to my room and pulled out my duffel bag from the closet. The upside to never staying in one place for long was how fast I could pack. 6 minutes later, I headed out to the foyer to meet my caseworker. Rita greeted me with a weary smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She was dressed in a black and white checkered pantsuit, the same one she'd worn the last time she removed me from a home. I didn't have anything against her, but I couldn't help cringing when she placed a hand on my shoulder. We'd done this routine enough times already that we didn't even need to speak. I followed her out to her car, feeling the weight of the world crash down on my shoulders. I had no idea what waited for me in the future, but all I could wonder about was whether anyone from my past would remember me.
Chapter 24. Liam. I was going out of my mind trying to reach Ava ever since she'd walked into the Johnsons' place last night. I'd been worried sick about her. Was she feeling better? Had Mr. Johnson yelled at her? Why wasn't she returning any of my calls or texts? My knuckles were white as I clutched the steering wheel of my car all the way to school. I prayed for green lights. I needed to see Ava as soon as possible. She and I had to talk things over and figure out a way to make us work. Us, meaning her and me,
And her and Hannah. I suppose us meant me and Hannah too. I glanced over at the passenger seat, where my sister was sitting. Even though the two of us weren't on speaking terms at the moment, I was still happier to have her in the car instead of Savannah, who I'd once and for all ended things with this morning. What I'd told Ava was true. Hannah and I both cared about her a lot. We just let our insecurities and pride get in the way. I could see it now, how we put Ava in a really bad spot. But if we wanted to all get to a better place, one of us had to make the first move. I figured it would be me. I was the firstborn, so it kind of made sense. As I turned into Edenvale's parking lot, I rehearsed a mini speech in my head. By the time I parked, I was eager to make up with Hannah. I turned to her as she was getting ready to head out. "Hey, you got a minute?" She eyed me suspiciously, but stayed seated. "I guess so." I took a deep breath, hating the fact that I needed to apologize, but I hated the distance between us even more. "I'm sorry about last night, Han. I was a jerk, and I shouldn't have tried to make Ava choose between us. You're right. She was your friend first. I was trying to take her away from you." Hannah released a heavy breath, her expression softening. "I'm sorry too. I was being so extra about it all. I just felt like the two of you had this secret that I didn't know about, and I was left out. We were planning on telling you. Ava couldn't wait to, but things got complicated with Savannah. I also didn't want anyone, especially you, to think Ava was a rebound. What I feel for her is real and deep. She means the world to me." Hannah nodded, her eyes teary. "I know that now. Seeing you last night, the way you took care of her, it's clear how much you like her. I'm not surprised, though. Ava's pretty special. That's one thing we can agree on," she added with a wry smile. "Sure is. So are you okay with me dating your best friend? Assuming she still wants me." "Totally. And of course Ava still wants you. If she doesn't, she'll have me to talk to." "Thanks, sis. I appreciate that," I replied, giving her hair a gentle tousle. I was relieved to be on good terms with Hannah again, but there was still a sense of urgency building in me. As we got out of the car and headed toward campus, I was itching to move faster. "I'm going to go look for Ava before class. I'll catch you later." I took off at a quick jog, leaving Hannah to walk with Seth, who'd just arrived. When I got to Ava's locker, there was no sign of her. I pulled out my phone and checked my messages again. Nothing. I sent her another text and also left her a voicemail, begging her to call me back. By the time the second bell rang, my chest was tight with worry. I made a beeline for the main building and texted Hannah as soon as I sat down in my logo design class. "Is Ava in class with you?" Hannah: "No, I don't know where she is. She's not returning my texts. I'm worried." "Me too. I'm going to look for her." Hannah: "Where?" "Her foster parents' place. I'll let you know when I find her." Hannah replied with a thumbs up emoji. I waited for the teacher to finish his short lecture and asked to be excused right before the hands-on portion of the class started. I told the office I wasn't feeling well, then made it to my car in record time. Skipping school wasn't something I'd ever done before, but finding Ava was the best reason I could think of to do so. 15 minutes later, I was standing on the Johnsons' doorstep, hoping I wasn't about to make things worse for Ava. I knew she'd said the Johnsons didn't approve of her dating, so I wasn't sure what they'd think of me showing up unannounced. As soon as the door swung open and I came face to face with Mr. Johnson, I had my answer. I was now 110% sure that I was not welcome. "Yeah." The scowl on his face seemed permanently fixed there. "What do you want?" "Mr. Johnson, I'm Liam, a friend of Ava's. Is she here?" "She's gone. Her caseworker took her this morning." My heart started pounding. "What do you mean? Where did she take her?" "I don't know. She didn't follow our rules, so she's not welcome here anymore." "Not welcome?" Blood rushed into my face as I digested his words. I don't know what overcame me, but I was ready to tell Mr. Johnson what I really thought of him. Someone needed to stand up for Ava, and I decided it was going to be me. You know something? I don't know who you are or what you've been through, but I know Ava's been nothing but nice to you. You didn't appreciate her at all. She's an amazing person with a huge heart. She deserves so much more than what you ever gave her. I feel sorry for you because you have no idea how much you missed out on, and because you kicked her out, you'll never know. Mr. Johnson stared down at me, a muscle in his jaw twitching with every breath he took. A few seconds passed, and I understood why Ava had never called this man's house her home. There was no emotion in his eyes, not even an ounce of warmth. When he finally blinked and spoke, all he said was, "She's lucky to have you." Without another word, he stepped back and shut the door. That was the last thing I expected Mr. Johnson to say, but I'd take it. Maybe he had a heart after all. At least, he hadn't called the cops on me or anything like that. I started to breathe normally again until I remembered that I was even more in the dark about where Ava was, and now that her caseworker was involved, who knew where she'd end up? I ran back to my car and pulled out my phone. Racking my brain, I tried coming up with ways to find her, short of calling up all the caseworkers in the county. There wasn't much I could do. If only I knew someone familiar with the foster system. Wait! I did. And they were the most awesome couple I knew. I couldn't get to my next destination fast enough. I pulled up between the lines and ran inside, right over to the buy counter where my bosses were. "Darren, Danica, I need your help." "What's going on?" Darren sprang into firefighter mode, looking alert and ready to tackle any problem thrown his way. Danica rushed to my side, her brows furrowed. "What is it, Liam? How can we help?" I explained the situation to them, leaving out the drama behind the reason why Ava wasn't calling me back. The Sparks traded concerned looks, but they told me not to worry. They'd make some calls and see what they could find out. I hoped beyond hope that I'd see Ava again soon. I needed to know that she was okay. She had to be okay. Chapter 25. Ava. My heart sank every time Rita hung up the phone. We were sitting in her car near the froyo place I'd been at just a week ago. For the past hour, she'd been trying to find a new placement for me. Every foster parent she'd called, though, including the emergency ones, had turned her down when they heard my age. No one wanted to take in a 15-year-old girl. "Don't worry, Ava," Rita reassured me after another failed attempt. She set her phone on the center console and did her best to smile. "I'm going to find a place for you. I know you will." I sounded a lot more optimistic than I felt. "Thanks for trying so hard. I sent your aunt an email too, to let her know about your situation. Hopefully she has internet access in whatever country she's currently in. I think she's somewhere in Asia. At least, that's where she was when she emailed me a few weeks ago." I doubted my Aunt Tina would drop her work duties for me, but maybe Rita's message would remind her to email me back. I stared out the window at the playground across the street. It's funny how life had seemed complicated then, but looking back, it couldn't have been more simple. If only I could return to that time when all I had to worry about was whether or not Liam liked me. That was a lot more fun than trying to ignore his calls and texts, which I'd been doing since I'd turned on my phone only a little while ago. It wasn't because I didn't want to talk to Liam. I really, really did, but I couldn't let myself get any more attached. I also didn't want to come between him and Hannah. Keeping my distance was best for all of us. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Ring. We both turned to look at Rita's phone, surprised to see the screen light up. I told myself not to get my hopes up. It could be a spam call for all we knew. Even Rita seemed hesitant to answer, but she finally picked up the call on the third ring. Rita Baker speaking. There was a long pause before she continued. Yes, of course. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Her upbeat tone had me very curious about who was on the other end of the line. As soon as she hung up, I begged her for answers. Please tell me you have good news. I could really use some right now. Rita's green eyes lit up as she started the engine. Buckle in, Ava. I'm taking you to your new home. It's an emergency placement, but this couple sounds accommodating. They're willing to drive you to Edenvale so you can still go to school there. My jaw dropped. What? Are you serious? Would I joke about this, Ava? No way. Which makes it all the more amazing. Even though I didn't know anything about this couple, I was already sure they were the coolest people alive. I couldn't wait to meet them and tell them how much I appreciated their kindness. 20 minutes later, we were parked in front of a one-story house in a cozy neighborhood in North San Jose. From first glance, the place looked welcoming, with a wooden bench and a family of jack-o'-lanterns, 2 large pumpkins, 2 small ones on the porch. My heart raced as I followed Rita up the driveway with my bag in tow. This was really happening. I had a place to stay. The front door opened, and a blonde woman with a toddler on her hip waved us inside. Hi there, I'm Danica, and this little guy is Darren Jr. Rita shook Danica's hand. Thank you so much for opening up your home to Ava. It's our pleasure. We're very happy to have you, Ava. Rita seemed as surprised and pleased as me with Danica's response. She gave me a nod, ready to leave. I'll check in with you all next week. She called over her shoulder before disappearing into her car. I looked around, relieved to see the inside of the house was just as inviting as the outside. The place looked lived in with toys and books strewn along the carpet and framed photos on the walls. There was music, I think it was, the wheels on the bus, coming from down the hall, and the smell of something savory wafting in the air. This house actually felt like a home, especially with Danica smiling so warmly at me. I really appreciate you letting me stay here. You won't have to worry about me at all. I reassured her as I started the speech I always gave when I arrived at a new place. I can totally take care of myself, and I'm happy to help out with whatever you need me to do. Cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids, I can do it all. You won't regret taking me in. Danica's blue eyes widened. That's very kind of you to offer, Ava, but around here we all pitch in and help out where we can. Your main job will be to do your best in school and just to be a kid. How does that sound? I wanted to pinch myself. I couldn't believe how nice Danica was being. That sounds awesome. Thank you. Ava! A young girl ran up to me, her black ponytails flying around her head. Come see your room. She looked so familiar. I did a double take. It took me a second before I realized who she was. Hope? Danica smiled. I heard you two met at the bookstore. She's a big fan of yours already. Oh, you're Seth's aunt, I remarked in shock. It's so nice to meet you. Wait, does Seth know I'm here? Not yet, but I'm sure both he and Hannah will be thrilled when they find out. Let's go. Hope tugged on my hand and pulled me toward the hallway. Danica laughed. You go on ahead. Hope will show you around. I'm going to check on the soup I'm heating up. I wasn't sure if you'd be hungry or not when you got here. Do you like chicken noodle? I nodded eagerly. Yes, that sounds great. Thanks again. No problem. There's also a surprise waiting for you in your room. Okay. I had no idea what to expect next. My mind was blown. Being able to stay at the Sparks' was better than any scenario I could have wished for. I followed Hope past a bunch of framed photos on the wall and an open door. The room on the right, decorated in yellow and blue, had a twin bed and a crib. There was another door on the left at the end of the hall where the light was on. Before we got there, Hope stopped and gave me a serious look. Close your eyes. I placed my free hand over my eyes, like this. Don't peek. Hope led me slowly into the room. As soon as we were inside, she dropped my hand and giggled. Surprise! Look, Ava! I squinted, letting my eyes adjust to the light. My mouth fell open as soon as I saw the guy standing in front of me. Tall, with broad shoulders, he wore a pair of dark jeans and a blue sweater. I blinked, certain my eyes were playing tricks on me. For a second, I wondered if I was seeing things because he looked a lot like, Liam, what are you doing here? He grinned, looking unbelievably cute and happy to see me. Just changing the sheets. He pointed at the twin-size bed on one side of the room that had a white bedsheet with yellow emoji faces on it. I thought Danica might need help getting your room ready since everything happened so fast. It's really good to see you, Ava. How are you? I was so surprised. I had no words. My face resembled an open mouth emoji. But on the inside, I was definitely all hard eyes. I couldn't believe Liam was here. I'm good, so good. But I don't understand. How did you know I'd be here? Danica happened to pop her head into the room at that moment. With a smile, she explained, Liam's the one who found out you'd been removed from your previous foster home. He asked Darren and me to help find you. We called up one of the social workers we'd worked with before, and long story short, here you are. I wanted to let you know that the soup's ready whenever you are. You're welcome to have some too, Liam. Thanks, he called after Danica as she and the kids left the room. He looked at me. How about you eat first, and then I'll take you to school? I believe you and Hannah have a demo to record today. Oh, yes, the demo. I almost forgot about it. My head spun with everything that had happened in the past few hours. It's been a wild morning. Hannah must be wondering where I am. I let her know already. She's relieved you're okay. Liam stuffed his hands in his pockets as he took a tentative step toward me. So am I. I freaked out when I didn't hear from you and you didn't show up at school. I went to the Johnsons to look for you. You did what? My jaw dropped again. You talked to Mr. Johnson? You bet I did. Liam broke down what had happened, including what Mr. Johnson said to him. I think I got my point across. You're cray-cray, Liam. I can't believe you did that for me. He was standing in front of me now and smelling so good, like fresh soap mixed with aftershave. The tenderness in his eyes made me tear up. He placed a hand under my chin and tipped my head up to meet his gaze. It's crazy because I'm crazy about you. I'm sorry for putting you in the middle of me and Hannah. I talked to her and we figured things out. And she's cool with us dating. I hope you'll give us another chance, Ava, because you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. My breath caught in my throat. I stood on my tiptoes and placed my hands on Liam's face. With the pads of my thumbs, I traced the laugh lines around his eyes as he beamed at me. I returned his smile, feeling pure joy rise up from my chest all the way to my cheeks. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, because I was sure I'd start crying and wouldn't be able to stop. Liam didn't need words to know how I felt. I'm sure he saw the love in my eyes. I saw it in his, then felt it on my lips as he brought his mouth to mine. Oh, my first kiss. The gentle, lingering pressure made my head spin. Liam placed his hands on the small of my back, somehow knowing that I'd need all the support I could get. My knees wobbled a little as the heat from his body transferred to mine. I wrapped my arms around his neck and tangled my fingers in his thick, soft hair. A sigh of pleasure hummed in my ears, coming from a place of absolute contentment within me. The security of Liam's embrace made me feel something I hadn't felt in a long, long time. My tears started falling freely, even as laughter escaped my lips. I'd found my place, the place where I belonged. I pulled back slowly, the salty taste of our kiss still warm on my mouth. I can't imagine being with anyone else but you. I'm home, Liam. When I'm with you, I feel like I'm home. His eyes shone as he struggled to speak. It's about time you did. Welcome home, Ava. Then he tilted my chin up and captured my mouth with his one more time. Our kisses were so sweet, tender, and perfect. It was just like my relationship with Liam. He'd started out as my friend, then my muse, and now he was my more, so much more than I imagined I'd ever have again. I couldn't wait to experience more of life with Liam by my side. Epilogue. Liam. There were two things I was sure of in my 17 years of life. One, I wanted Ava to be the last girl I ever kissed. And two, my future was still unclear, but it was getting brighter with her by my side. Even an ordinary December afternoon like today felt special, simply because we were together. With the rain tapping out a soft rhythm on the window pane, we sat side by side in the computer lab at school. I finished coloring in the logo I was designing, then turned the screen in Ava's direction. What do you think of this? I showed her the image of a microphone with its cord twisted into a script-style letter A. I can change the font if you don't like this one. Ava leaned over, tickling my nose with her soft hair. She grabbed my arm and literally squealed. This is perfect, Liam. I love it. The layout, the black and gold, everything. And I'm not just saying that because I'm your girlfriend. I'm really impressed. I sighed happily. I love it when you call yourself my girlfriend. She laughed. And I love it when you're cheesy like this. Yep, I'd officially become a cheeseball since we'd started dating. And even more so this week when Ava and I finally went public, 2 months to the day of our first kiss. I grinned, relieved she liked the design. Would you tell me if you weren't impressed? Of course. Her brown eyes twinkled. Someone needs to keep your ego in check. Is that right? I seem to remember a certain girl telling me I had brains and good looks. Ava narrowed her eyes and smirked. That girl better have been me, William Mitchell. I tapped her on the nose and laughed. You know it, Ava Alverson. But seriously, Liam, you're so talented. I can't believe you cranked this logo out in an hour. She paused, her brows lifted high. OMG, why didn't I think of this before? You should totally start your own business. My own business? No way. There's so much competition out there. I can't compete when I don't have a degree yet. But you have an eye for design. It comes so easily for you. Doing something like this would look so good on your resume. I bet your phone would be blowing up with job offers. I don't know about blowing up. Doing freelance work had crossed my mind before, but I'd never seriously considered it. I always assumed I'd go to design school first, then find a job after. I had to admit, though, that this plan, while backward, did sound promising. The experience could help me in the future when I applied to design school, but still, it was a big step to take. This is a big deal, putting myself out there. She faced me squarely and took my hand. It's scary, but I know you can do it. I believe in you as much as you believe in me. You're giving me the courage to put myself out there for all the world to see. If I have the guts to start my own YouTube channel, you can totally start your own business. Your channel's going to be the one blowing up. I'm so proud of you. Even though Ava and Hannah didn't win the Taylor Swift contest, something better happened. At Hannah's insistence, Ava had also submitted her own song as a demo. When Tay-Tay heard Ava's song, Full Disclosure, she was blown away. She personally reached out to Ava and gave her advice on songwriting and more. She then encouraged Ava to start her own YouTube channel with her original songs, and she promised to give her a shout out on social media when she did. Ava had been hard at work these past few weeks getting her channel ready to launch. I still can't believe Tay-Tay liked my song. My song. I can't even. No matter how many times I pinch myself, it still doesn't seem real. None of this does. Her voice trailed off, and a sense of wonder filled her eyes. I wouldn't be able to do any of this if it weren't for you, Liam. I squeezed her hand. She was too adorable for words. There were times when she couldn't believe how much her life had changed. She still hadn't stopped thanking me for helping her find a new foster home, but seriously, she gave me too much credit. It's not just me. So many people care about you, about us. That was a fact. Everyone, from the kids at Edenvale to our families, was happy for us. No one supported us more, though, than Hannah and Seth, who we double dated with at least once a week. We also hung out a lot with Darren and Danica, and even babysat Hope and Dare Jr. so they could go out for regular date nights. They had become Ava's honorary family, providing her with a real place she could call her own. I actually took her home these days instead of back, which was pretty cool. Even Ava's Aunt Tina had called recently to let her know that she was taking on a full-time reporting job in San Francisco next year. She gave Ava the option of living with her, something Ava is still considering, since the Sparks also want her to stay with them. But just knowing that she's wanted means everything to Ava. I brought her hand to my mouth and kissed her palm. We're all happy that you're happy and safe and able to do what you love. Thank you. She gave my fingers a squeeze. You can do what you love too, Liam. You're uber talented. You have to start your own business. Come on, we can do this together. I loved it that Ava had so much faith in me. My resolve softened as she gazed into my eyes. How could I resist that sweet smile of hers? All right. I suppose I could put a website together and see where it leads. Yes! It's gonna be great, you'll see. Speaking of great, are you ready to launch your channel? Ava's face paled. Like, right now? Yes, right now. I gently tugged on a lock of her hair. What happened to the spiel you just gave me? That's for you, not me. She rolled her eyes, looking oh so adorable. Oh, all right, let's do this. That's my girl. Let me add your logo. Then you can upload your first video. As I worked on her laptop, she kicked up her feet onto the chair next to her and stared outside. Suddenly, she sat straight and pointed out the window. Isn't that Max? Do you know who he's with? I glanced up and spotted my friend trying to sweet-talk a pretty brunette who looked less than impressed. The frustrated look on Max's face made me chuckle. I have no idea who she is, but I think he may have found the one girl at Edenvale who's not swayed by his charm. Ava laughed. I can't wait to meet her. With a few more keystrokes, I finished my part and turned the laptop toward Ava. Done. Your turn now. And before you try to get out of it, may I remind you that life's too short to not go after your dreams. A brilliant and beautiful girl told me that once. Ava grinned. How can I say no to that? Okay, here goes nothing. She clicked a few buttons and uploaded Full Disclosure to her very own YouTube channel. I can't believe I'm doing this. Gah! I'm so nervous. I put my arm around her and kissed the top of her head. We've got this, Aves. It's going to be fine, you'll see. We'll share it on social media and wait for the views to come in. Meanwhile, we watched the video, which I'd helped shoot, for the millionth time. It never got old listening to my song, as I like to call it. I still remember the first time Ava sang it to me, how I couldn't speak for a whole minute afterward, because I'd never heard anything so beautiful in my life. It was a song that needed to be shared with the world. I was so proud of Ava and so thankful for her, proud of how strong she had stayed through everything she'd been through, and thankful to be a part of her journey. She was the most amazing person I'd ever known. How lucky was I? I wasn't just the boy she'd written a song about. I was the only boy she'd ever loved. And she was the only girl I planned to one day vow to spend the rest of my life with. As Ava would say, life was too short to not hold on to those you loved. I couldn't agree more. The end. Thank you for listening to the Only Boy I've Loved Before. To find out more about Liwen Ho's other books, please visit her website at liwenho.com and be sure to subscribe to this channel so you'll be notified when a new audiobook is available.